The Black and Brown Coalition. The wonderful, beautiful coalition that never really was. As a matter of fact, it was the exact opposite. And it has always been that way. In tonight's broadcast, we're going to go through the history of the Black and Brown so-called coalition.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Black First brothers and sisters, I appreciate you guys' patience. Thank you all so very much. We are live. We have much to discuss. We got a lot of receipts to discuss for you all this evening, brothers and sisters. So I need you guys to hit that like button on your way in. Thank you all. Thank you all. A lot of you all are here. All right. Let me just get this out the way. There's a lot of protests in Chicago right now. Traffic is wildly crazy. But we are here. We're not letting anything stop the show this evening. So as we're getting started, we're going to get straight to it. All right. We're going to get straight to it. So I need you all to do me a favor, do me a solid, and hit that like button as you guys are coming in. Let's hit that like button. Let's get these likes up. Appreciate y'all, fam. Appreciate y'all. Now, we're going to be discussing the Black and Brown Coalition. I'm going to start off by saying this. When it comes to the struggles that we have faced historically in this country, it makes sense, and I want us to understand, it makes sense for us to want to ally with other people of marginalized groups. That makes sense. That's the most logical thing to do. But when you look at the word ally, when you look at that, you can only ally with someone or a group of people who are aligned and have the same agenda, who have the same end goal. That's the only way you can ally yourself with that person. Black people have been trying to ally ourselves with every other marginalized group of people because we have thought, even though it does make sense, we have thought, well, if we're discriminated against and we're subjugated and we're oppressed and you're discriminated against, we can work together and we can end discrimination, period. See, that's what we have thought. And we are just starting to come into terms with the fact that these groups of people, despite the fact that they're marginalized, not to the degree we are, but despite the fact that they are marginalized to a degree as they're not Europeans, the Anglo-Saxon Europeans, we have come to the understanding that these people don't share the same ideology. And that's the only way we can align ourselves collectively with them, is that they have to have the same ideology, the same end goal. And we as foundational Black Americans have come to the painful realization that we have a very unique end goal that really no other group of people, mind you, I said group, not individual, because I don't want somebody to be like, no, there was one person in 1992. No, I'm talking about the collective group of people. We don't share their ideology. Everybody else has a, I'm gonna get mine. As long as I'm not at the bottom of the barrel, I'm cool. I'm gonna climb my way up to the top. We have a thing of there's a hierarchy. It's wrong. It shouldn't exist. We need to stop it. These groups of people have, look, I'm gonna get mine. As long as I'm eating every day, I'm straight. That's what they have. And this is why we have not been able to collaborate. I'm gonna start this video off by giving you guys something that's going to be interesting, because I want to give the foundation, if I can use that term, I want to give the foundation a really solid context. Now, before I do that, as you guys already know, what we have to do is we have to play the copyright disclaimer so we can establish to YouTube that everything we play thus forth will be protected under the guise of fair use. And as we're doing that, what I would appreciate from every single last one of you beloved, beautiful brothers and sisters is to hit that like button. And we'll be right back. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right. So I want to pull this clip up, and this is somebody named Gregory Gregory Rodriguez, and he says something that I think is very, very interesting about the history of Hispanics, because what we do know is that most Hispanics, people of the southern border, identify themselves as white, and they even fought to identify themselves as white. All right. So looking into it,
of middle-class Mexican American, well, a very small generation of middle-class Mexican American advocates fought back. And this was an example of what some scholars have called the other white race strategy, of which Mexican Americans, for a large chunk of the 20th century, the advocates sought to be claimed as white because all rights were conferred on you only if you were white. And so the longest time, Mexican American advocates sought for this whiteness. And the example of going to your congressman and saying, "What? They took us out of the white category, put us back." That was a poignant moment. We know that this other white strategy had its problems. We know the famous case in the 1950s in which a Mexican American had been convicted of murder, and his lawyer said, well, there was not one Mexican American on the jury. This was not a jury of his peers. And the judge said, well, Mexicans are white and the jury's all white, so what's your problem?
Okay, so what he's establishing is he's giving you guys the reason why everybody identified as white. Why they identified as white. And we're gonna either further go into this. We're gonna further go into this. Now, does he say it the way he needs to say it? No, but I am glad that first off, as a Hispanic, he's telling the honest truth. We're gonna go into this in detail a little bit later, but I want to finish the video. Okay, I don't want to stop it too much. Take it back a couple of seconds. All right. If y'all want to get a notepad out, or whether y'all get a notepad or popcorn, just enjoy this. Just enjoy it.
Murder, and his lawyer said, well, there was not one Mexican American on the jury. This was not a jury of his peers. And the judge said, well, Mexicans are white and the jury's all white, so what's your problem? Clearly an imperfect strategy. So by the 1950s, Mexican American advocates began consciously and subconsciously sort of to adopt the increasingly successful strategies of African Americans. And they then had to toe this very delicate line of trying to be designated sufficiently enough minorities to take advantage of Brown versus Board of Education and protections for minorities without losing their whiteness. So they played this dance for a little bit. But then with the advent of clearly race-based answers to social problems, the Voting Rights Act, affirmative action, Mexican Americans by the late 60s and early 70s said, we're people of color too. Overnight, Mexican American advocates had fought to be white. The last part of the 20th century, hey, we're people of color, what are you talking about? I say this jokingly, and I've gotten some horrible emails, but I don't say this to disparage Mexican Americans. I think it's quite brilliant myself. Because it's the system that's stupid. And your ability, can you really blame a person for trying to manipulate a system that's really done you no good?
First off, the whole thing of I think is brilliant. No, that's treacherous. We're not going to bestow some type of brilliance off of that. That's cowardly and treacherous. But I do understand where he's coming from. I will say that. I do understand where he's coming from. And let me explain this. Hold on. Give me 1 second real quick. You got to edit something out real quick. 1 quick second. As you can see, we started a little late, but it's okay. It's all right, though. All right, hold on. We'll just do that a little bit later because I don't want to slow anything down. Let me tell you something. That is honest, and I'm glad he said that. And this is the problem that we've been having, not just with Hispanics, but with all of these immigrant groups. We can have a live stream about all of these other immigrant groups, but this one is specifically about Hispanics and our relationship as foundational Black Americans to Hispanics. I want you guys to think about that. What he just expressed is the fact that because of their Spanish heritage, the heritage from Europe, Spain, they kind of can fit into the white category, and they actually fought. LULAC and different Hispanic organizations actually fought and organized. So according to the census, they can be documented as white because they thought that this was going to put them higher on the ladder of the racial hierarchy. But because the fact that they're not Anglo-Saxon white, they never really, it was a glass ceiling. And they never really was able to break past that glass ceiling. And that put them in a very peculiar situation because they're white, but they're not white, right? That's where we come in. We're looking at this like, well, if you're not white and you're getting discriminated, we're in this together, okay? The whole black and brown thing, that's what we've been doing. So what this has allowed with all immigrants, all ALL, all collectively, what this has allowed, but especially with the Hispanics, is allowed them to, if I could use this analogy, eat at both tables. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's allowed the Hispanic community to go over here and we can be white over here and we can enjoy somewhat of the privileges of white. We're like diet white or white, yeah, kind of white light to a degree. We're like diet white over here. So we can get a little bit of this, a little bit of the white privilege, and we can also get a little bit of the person of color privilege, because the blacks allow us to get into the person of color privilege. We don't want to drop that. Notice what he said. We're in this middle where we don't want to fully abandon this white European side, which is why you don't ever hear them abandoning or disparaging their Spanish heritage, even though Spanish is the one who, the Spaniards are the ones who conquered them and enslaved them and colonialized their whole area and all of that. It was all invaded and conquered, but they don't ever disparage their Spanish heritage. They don't. They proudly speak Spanish, which is not their native language. They proudly do that. But when you tell them about, okay, well, that means you're white, then you're white. It's Spaniards, that's in Europe. They're one of the really OG white folk. You're white. Oh, no. I'm not white. I'm not white. So what they have done is they have danced this dance on both sides. They've been playing on both sides of the field to whichever one is beneficial to them. So when they're white, hey, we're white over here. Y'all got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Y'all got to stop being lazy. We all got to work hard and everything like that. Viva la raza and all of that. And then when they need our help, we have that's black and brown. We got to stick together. We got to stick together. So we've allowed that to happen. And it's about time. I'm glad, but it's about time we started to wake up from oh, wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait. You eating over here on this side and over there on that side. No. We ain't going to be doing that. We not going to be doing that. You're not going to be able to, when the whites start elbowing you out the room, you want to come over and start knocking at our door like, hey, it's time for the black and brown coalition. No, no. We ain't going to be doing that now. This is what happens when we say no to them. This is what happens, all right? So it was very interesting. Now, that's happened as well with the Asian community, because we were incredibly welcoming to the Asian community. But the Asian community, they saw a buffer class opportunity, an opportunity to climb up the ladder. So they became, and we're not going to talk too much about the Asians, but they became the model minority, knowing that they're not, but they allowed themselves to pretty much be the good guys and to justify our harm, because what white supremacy has been doing with the Asians is they've been rationalizing the fact that we are subjugated by saying, well, hold on, then the Asians are minorities and they're doing better, so it's not us, it's you. Really, it's you, nigger. It's you. And the Asians have been like, hey, we just work hard, knowing that that's what they got us to say to stay in between that class. All right. So this is why an alliance has not been working out, because we have this agenda and we are very welcoming to other people who have also been marginalized, even though it's much less, but we've allowed them to come into the community when it suits them, and then they can abandon the alliance. See, that's the part with an alliance, okay? And shout out to Professor Black Truth. He says this too. The only way you can have a coalition really, a real coalition is you have to have the ability to punish those who break the coalition. And for the longest time, we have not been punishing anybody for breaking the coalition. Do you understand? Whether that's the Asian community, whether that's Hispanic community, and if we could say it, that even includes the diaspora. That even includes the diaspora. We have not established any type of punishment mechanism up until really right now, recently, where there's been some type of punishment. And what our punishment is really is just abandoning their causes and minding our own business, which is really punishment enough for them, because they're used to us jumping on the front lines and saving them. Do you understand? We're going to play a lot of clips here. It's locked and loaded tonight, but I got to lay the groundwork first. So we've sent up there and being all like, okay, well, y'all get to abuse us. And then when y'all need help, we come in here. And when y'all need help, we come in here. So no. So what's going on now is these mass deportations. This has been going on kind of all year, but especially kind of right now in LA. And when they need us, they become like this.
To go back to Mexico because we're illegal and it's a crime. It was also a crime when your ancestors went to Mexico, when they were escaping the white people and Mexico helped them. A lot of Mexicans got killed for that. They helped them. They help your people. We didn't oppress you guys. And this is how you guys pay us. In the past, black people needed Mexicans. Right now, Mexicans need you guys. And in the future, you never know, because things change. Sometimes, maybe the white people are going to need us. Maybe the black people are going to need us. You don't know, because God give us things, give us blessings, but he can take them away so fast. So you need to be humble. You need to be humble. I'm amazed of how many people from the black community are telling me to go back to Mexico, telling Mexicans to go back to Mexico because we're illegal and it's a crime. It was also a crime when your ancestors went to Mexico, when they were escaping the white people and Mexico helped them. A lot of Mexicans got killed for that.
Okay. And we're going to play that. I'm still trying to edit things. I told you guys traffic was a damn beast today because of the damn protest, but it's okay. They ain't going to stop nothing. There's nothing that's going to be stopped because of that. Absolutely not a damn thing. Nothing at all. All right. I got to put this up here. Now, here's the thing. They fled to Mexico and they've been helping us and all of that stuff. That's not true. Let's be honest. That's not true. And everything. That's not true. And they're telling the story. They're telling the mistruths about black people, the small amount of black people who actually went to Mexico, when Mexico, mind you, during this time, Mexico was actually ran by a black Latino, by Afro Latino president, Vicente Guerrero, who they betrayed, their Afro-Latino president, who actually ended slavery and had a deal with the Maroons to protect Mexico. So there was a small amount of people a small amount of FBAs who actually went to Mexico because of that arrangement. But they betrayed that arrangement because a lot of them believe themselves to be Spaniards. All right. That's what they believe. Why they believe this is because there's a difference, because slavery happened all over the place, right? But there's a very unique difference between our slavery, the slavery that happened in the United States of America, versus the slavery that happened everywhere else. Because the slavery that happened everywhere else really allowed caste systems. And this is one of the biggest problems in the Hispanic community, is because there are caste systems based off of the closeness you are to white. The closer you are to white, the higher you are in the caste system. Really, that's the way all over the world, except really here. Except here. All right. This is the only place where the enslaved master, the slave master, didn't establish a firm caste system. You were a Negro, period. Point blank, period. We're not sitting up there saying, okay, well, the light-skinned niggas are cool, the dark-skinned niggas ain't cool, the ones who got the nappy hair bad, the ones who got the kind of, they were not like that, okay? They was niggas, all bad. That's how they were. Everywhere else, they would kind of adopt the mulattoes, and they would put them as really a buffer class. And with that, it psychologically allowed other people to kind of see a buffer class, and they want to, instead of dismantling the system, they just want to climb the ladder. With foundational Black American slavery in North America, there was no ladder to climb. This is what makes us so uniquely different in our slavery, in our history of slavery, than everywhere else. Because everywhere else, they always had little levers of mulattoes and other people who were somewhat like white passing or white, closer to white, where there were ladders you could climb, and you would be less mistreated, less abused, the higher up on the ladder you were. With Black folk, there was no ladder. It was slave, master. That was it. You were slave right here, master right here. That was it. And that allowed us not to be confused with who the oppressor are and who we are. And it allowed us to, for the very most part, stick together without much infighting. Of course, you had the sellouts and the massa lovers and all of that, and the folks who got Stockholm syndrome and all of that. But for the most part, it allowed us to see each other as brothers and sisters in the same struggle, and not trying to compete with one another to get the pleasure of the slave master. So that's a very unique history to us, which makes us a stronger and more on code as a collective, as an ethnicity and a lineage. All right. So with the Spanish coming in and they're indoctrinating the Spanish ways inside of Mexico, it's allowing them to sit up there and be like, hey, I see myself as white, and this is what they've been doing. And whiteness is a social construct. Race is a social construct. So whiteness, really, the social construct of whiteness is based off of, it stems from the hatred of Negroes. This is why the Spaniards even invented white, or the concept of whiteness and race and all of that, because of their hatred of the Negroes, which were the Moors who really conquered Spain. The hatred of the Negro brought them together as a unity, not as a nation, not as an ethnicity, but they came together as pretty much a pale skin phenotype to say, okay, we have to beat off the Negro phenotype. So their hatred for the Negroes is what developed the concept of white in the first place, if we know about history. So because of this, whiteness is stemming from, the basis of whiteness is based off of hatred of Negroes. So they view any person of the Negro phenotype as the enemy and the antithesis to white. All right. So we have to understand this history. And because of that, and because of how deeply enriched it is in Spain, in Mexico, in the Spanish countries, this is why we have so much anti-Black hatred within the caste systems within those countries. All right. Let me show you some of the receipts, because right now they're struggling. Right now they're going through it. Right now they need a lot of help. They need a lot of Black assistance. And foundational Black Americans are sitting this one out, as we should. This is what we should be doing. We're sitting this one out. And when they tell us, okay, well, hold on. What about the Black and Brown coalition? What about the Black and Brown coalition? What happened to all of that stuff? And what we're going to do this evening, brothers and sisters, and I did this whole thing because we're going to be here. I did this whole thing to remind you guys what we're going to be doing is we're going to be showing you guys some of the receipts of the Black and Brown coalition. All right. Let me show you this. This one stood out to me. This is also in LA. In LA, they have a culture of running up on Black children. Yeah. And this man, is a young man, a teenager, and gang members run up on black teenagers leaving school, and they be all like, oh, what gang are you affiliated with? What gang are you affiliated with? We got a lot of receipts. While they want to talk about some black and brown coalition, what we need to do, the most on code thing for us to do is to educate people, because too often we'll have short memories. So when they need help, we'll be all like, oh, okay. No, we need to hammer this in so they don't get to come knocking at our door when they get pushed out of the white cafeteria and they be all like, oh, do you guys have any food left? No, we don't. And I'm going to show you guys the receipt so it can be drilled into our memory what they who they are and how they treat us. So all of this, y'all get to eat at both sides of the room, both sides of the table and everything. Y'all get to eat over here and eat over there. You're white when it's convenient. Now you're a people of color when it's convenient. That ends today. That's over with. Let me show you guys this, right?
So you bang? So you bang? Do I bang? Yeah, so you bang? Do I bang? Yeah, do you bang? I just told you a minute ago I don't bang. All right, do you bang? You don't bang? No, I don't. Look, put that shit. Fuck crash, homie. Fuck niggas. Don't go inside, homie. Wait, why you gotta say fuck niggas, homie?
Okay, you see that? They run up on black people. Now, mind you, like I said, there's going to be some strong language. There's going to be some strong language, right? Strong language. More receipts, y'all. More receipts. This is a Halloween costume party where two Hispanic ladies decided to dress up as the Klan, and they were approached by some black women. Or some black people, but mainly black women. Y'all see this? And we're going to get into why this is that way, okay?
No, it's not. No. So I came here to knock your stupid ass out. You don't ever win us. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take that shit 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 off. You're right.
Now, I had to stop it because I don't want to show any type of violence or anything like that, and it does get down like that. We do not play. Now, I want you guys to think this type of behavior, these are young. Okay, these aren't old people. Anytime there's racism, they always like to say, well, you know, older people they tend to stick in their ways. They're stuck in their ways. No. No, it's not. It's not. Okay, there's a lot of targeting that goes on when it comes to black people. A lot of hatred that goes on when it comes to other black people. I want you guys to understand that. Some deep-rooted hatred that goes on when it comes to black people. I want to show you the amount of Nazism. I got to pull this clip up individually, so hold on. Hold on, let me see. The amount of Nazism that goes on.
Oh my God, it's a bunch of fucking...
Yo! You know what that is, bro? That's crazy. Yo! Hey, I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I fucking love this nigga, bro.
Do you know how much I hate you people? Do you have any idea?
What?
You have any idea at all how much I fucking hate?
Talk to me real quick. So I can we love you, so we support you. So talk to us.
I don't want you to support me. I want all of you Puerto Rican niggers to die. I don't want you to support me.
Okay. Now, you guys might have seen, why is there so much? I want you guys to, why is there so much Nazi sympathizing in the Latin community? Did you guys know? And this is history that we need to know. Did you guys know after World War II, when they were trying to round up the Nazis and they were putting the Nazis on trial and they were punishing the Nazis, do you know that a lot of the Nazi criminals fled to South American countries? These Latin countries were safe havens for the Nazis. So if you guys are wondering, why are these people, I mean, what does these people have to do with why are these people giving the the Nazi salute and all that stuff, that's because a lot of these Nazis actually fled to South America. And they stayed in South America for a very long time. So a lot of these people have Nazi sympathizing beliefs and Nazi ideology, which is why you will see stuff like this. All right. This is pretty deep. This is another reason why you see so much anti-black hatred, because the Nazis were very anti-black. I want you to look at this, which is why it takes very little to piss them off. All right. Look at this, y'all. This is the coalition that we are supposed to have.
This is why, folks, I don't like motherfucking black people. I fucking hate black people, bro. You know why? Just now, a fucking nigger ran the fucking stoplight and looked at me like it was my motherfucking fault. Fuck all you Black Lives Matter fucking people. I don't give a fuck. Because y'all just want to make it seem like it's our fault or the white man or whatever the fuck it is. Bro, like, I don't give a fuck. Kill them all, bro. Kill them the fuck all.
Oh, kill them all. Kill them all. She don't give a F. Okay. This is I'm telling you guys, this amount of hatred exists within the culture that they have. Let's not be mistaken. Let's not play these games, because every single time it's time for us to do something, every single time they need help, they be sitting up there shrugging their shoulders like, I don't understand what happened. I don't understand why black people don't want to help anymore, because we see stuff like this on the regular basis and it never gets called out. It never, ever gets called out. All right. And then anytime it's time for us to do something, anytime it's time for us to get something that they feel like they're not a part of. Hold on. I got to pull this up real fast. Where it's time for them to get something that they're not going to be a part of. They go on a very anti-black racist little rant. Now, when it's time for us to get reparations, now my thing is freezing up. When it's time for us to get reparations, I want you guys to remember, a lot of them voted no for reparations. Do I have to play this clip? And I'm going to play this clip again because I want this to seep into you guys' memory about how they protested against reparations, about how they were out there at City Hall, and I was there, calling us lazy for reparations.
You working. No more money for you. Bye-bye.
Go back, cross.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. No more money for you. You working.
They need to know who they talking to.
Hold on, let's look at this. Hold on.
North Carolina, they'll pass reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody getting reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first.
Until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get that first. Now, I want you guys to understand something. They actually, what they do is they'll get involved in politicians under the guise, and this is why we got to stop this immediately, under the guise of being a person of color. They will use being a person of color because they understand person of color or people of color is synonymous with being a marginalized group. So that's allowed them to kind of eat off of our plate, being a marginalized group, because we have set forth different stepping stones and advances, and we push and try to give some type of aid and assistance to marginalized groups. We as foundational Black Americans are the only reason why any marginalized group is successful at all, period. There would be no marginalized group of people who are successful in America if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans. Yet they always give them credit. They never give us any credit for that. But what they do is they use the people of color and all that stuff so they can get away with I'm not racist, I'm a person of color, and they get to be white because white people are less really bothered by Hispanics because Hispanics are kind of diet white. They're not white, they're really diet white. You have to understand, in the mind of the white supremacists, in their mind, whiteness even in and of itself has a hierarchy. Okay, they have an extreme hierarchy, and all of these other white passing or white groups of people that can qualify, they're like white, but they're like diet white. Like, for instance, Hispanics are white when we need them to be white. They're like diet white. You can say Jews are like kind of diet white. You know, they're white when we want them to be. They're not when we don't. You know, Italians and all of these people, they're like diet white. All right, which causes all of these other groups of people to go above and beyond to show their whiteness. And what is their whiteness? Anti-blackness, right? To show their anti-blackness, to sabotage us. I want you guys to see this. This comes from a politician, a Hispanic politician in California. While they want to talk about us in California, sabotage consultants from the reparations. Look at this, y'all. Get this off screen.
Economist consultants from the task force reported the total amount could be as much as $800 billion. $800 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of our entire state budget. To pay for that, you'd need a major tax hike unlike anything this state has ever seen before. I recognize and acknowledge the painful part of our history. The pains of our past should not be paid by the people of today. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55%.
Did you hear that? This is your Black and Brown coalition, everybody. She says the pains of the past should not be paid by the people of today. Kate, what's her name? Kate something. Hold on, her name. Oh damn! I just moved that whole thing off the video. My fault, y'all. My bad. Click the whole thing off. Her name is Kate. What's her name? Kate Sanchez. I couldn't see the name right there.
Consultants
Kate Sanchez. All right. Y'all remember that name.
Economist consultants from the task force reported the total amount could be as much as $800 billion. $800 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of our entire state budget. To pay for that, you'd need a major tax hike unlike anything this state has ever seen before. I recognize and acknowledge the painful part of our history. The pains of our past should not be paid by the people of today. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws. Nothing. It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing to.
Is fundamentally unfair. These are first and second generation, what she said. So as we're sitting up there talking about we need more allies, you can only ally with somebody whose agenda is aligned with your agenda. They come over here and get into politics based off of the fact that we have created a lane for the quote unquote people of color, the quote unquote non-white. And the second they get in there, they say, you know what? It's not fair for me to pay you. So I'm going to oppose that. So if y'all wondering, especially to the FBA in California, y'all wondering why there's no reparations, that's because your Hispanic brothers and sisters that we sitting up there fighting for, that we creating this lane for. We're creating this lane and they're getting up there saying, I'm going to oppose reparations. It's not cool. Nah, we shouldn't be paying nothing. We just got here. This is how they get. So when we want to talk about people of color and people in politics, no wonder why you have the polls. Let me pull it up. No wonder why you have the poll that looks like this. This is their politicians. Let me not get started on the damn police force. Let me not get started on a police force. Have y'all seen this? This is the type of the anti-blackness that exists within the police department. Okay. Let me pull this up for you guys.
Any racial animus.
This was a cop who has several allegations of racism towards black people. He's been caught on camera. He's been caught with using racial slurs and all of that. He has all of that. And he was interrogated, and I want you guys to see this. Look at this.
Do you harbor any racial animus toward African Americans?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
You know what animus means? Do you have any ill feelings toward African Americans in general?
Ill feelings? I'm not.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that question one more time, sir?
Do you have any ill feelings in general against African Americans?
I have feelings for African Americans, sir.
What are your feelings?
They're just human beings, sir.
Did you hear my question, sir? Do you have any ill feelings toward African Americans?
I do, sir.
Okay.
I do. First off, I wanted y'all to understand how long it took, because he didn't want to say it. He knew what the question was. He knew what the question was, and he knows he does. That's why he's being asked that question. He paused and he thought about it. He thought a way to flip it. He thought a way. It took him so damn long. Can you rephrase the question? Do you have any ill feelings towards African Americans? What does that mean? Like, you know what that means. And he said he does. This is the Hispanic cops that live in LA. While they want to talk about some black and brown coalition that has never existed in LA. They have always sought to replace black people and ethnically cleanse LA. This is why in firebombing happens in black housing development, because this is the way they push black people out of LA. This is why the black percentage in LA and really California in general is becoming less and less and less and less, because what they have learned is they've learned the same trick from the Tulsa, Oklahoma, and from all of the other black massacres that happen. Oh, if we just blow their house up, they're going to have to leave. They're going to have to move. So in order for more of us to come in and for LA to be pretty much a stronghold for Hispanics, we have to push them out. We have to push them further and further out. That's their agenda. That's their mind frame. So they said, yeah, okay, we can, attack them. We can terrorize them. And this has been a plot. This has been an agenda that they've had for a very long time. And they've been doing this with the assistance of the police, because there's different police gangs and all of that. Hold on. I pressed the wrong thing. There's different police gangs and all of that stuff that assist with the anti-black hate crimes, the hate crimes that don't get reported. Because I want you guys to keep in mind, hate crimes are only reported by the police. And if the police are a part of it, they're not going to report this as a hate crime. They're not going to report it as a hate crime, y'all. This is why you have stuff like this. Let me show you guys. Let me show you. Latin gang members in Southern California are terrorizing and killing blacks. Okay. It says acting in orders of the Mexican mafia, Latino gang members in Southern California are terrorizing and killing blacks. All right. That's not it. Now, mind you, this was in 2007. I got another one. Okay. This happened 2009. It says Latin gangs target blacks. This has always been in Southern California. This has always been that way in Southern California. Okay. So all of the people who are sitting up there acting like blacks and Latinos have had this kumbaya loving relationship, and everybody's been everybody and everybody's been getting along, and all of a sudden we've adopted this quote unquote, because what they're doing is gaslighting black people, and what they're doing is saying that this is some type of white supremacist thing to quote unquote divide us. And when we look at the unity that we've had, we see that it's never been there. We see that this unity has never been there at all, ever. It's never been there. I'm going to show you guys another thing. This is another one. Hope this ad don't pop up. Oh, it did. Oh, I can get rid of it. All right. Look at this. Now, I showed you guys from 2007, 2009, and I'm showing you guys the dates to let you guys know that none of this stuff is the same year. Okay, this is the same case. I want you guys to see the year. Latin gang members firebomb black residents to drive them out of Boyle Heights projects, prosecutors allege. This is ethnically cleansing foundational black Americans out of California, the city we built, mind you. This happened in 2016. Are y'all hitting that like button? I hope you guys are. What the hell is going on with the boy? I need to get my keyboard together, man. Y'all not doing me right. Y'all doing me some kind of way. It's not cool. I hope you guys see that. Let me show you guys another case. Do y'all see this? Feds accuse Latino gangs of targeting blacks. This happened in 2011. All right. So this isn't just one source that's saying this. This is the federal government. This isn't even just the police. This is the federal government saying, oh, yeah, this is a big problem that we have with them targeting black people. This is a huge problem that we have with them targeting black people in LA. In particular, now they do it in New York, they do it in Chicago, but it's very potent in LA. And they're very sympathetic to racism in LA. They're very sympathetic, okay? Okay. Do y'all remember? Let me take this off. I'm sitting up there tapping on my laptop. It's okay. We still here. Y'all remember Shiloh Hendrix? Do I have to give you guys a good reminder of who Shiloh Hendrix is? Hold on. Let me see. Let me give you guys a good refresher of Shiloh Hendrix.
Call him a child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child?
Business.
It is my own business. You call him? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, sir.
Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging to you.
A little kid just did, you dumb.
A little kid, you call him?
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one? He's gonna.
So yeah, she calling a little baby the N-word, calling a little bitty baby the N-word, and what happens? You got Hispanics out here defending that. Look at this.
Black people have a right to tell white people or Hispanics what they can and cannot say. And that means if a black person wants to use the N-word, that means a white person also can use the N-word, because all lives matter, not just Black Lives Matter. So with that said, the fact that they're trying to sue this woman, this white woman, they're trying to take her kid away from her because she used the N-word, just shows you how toxic cancel culture is. And this is a great case as to how we need to stop cancel culture. It is anti-American. It is anti-free speech. And if you can say the N-word, so can I, whether you like it or not. It doesn't affect your freedom, but you're sure affecting mine by telling me that I can't say it because I'm not black. So, make the N-word great again. I don't think black people have a...
So, make the N-word great again. Okay. Okay, and these are the people that we're supposed to be out here defending. And it seems as if every single time the white community needs something, the Hispanic community is right on board. They're right on board. Let me pull this up. I posted this a few years ago. Just going through some receipts real quick. Just going through a little bit of receipts. Remember during the George Floyd uprisings when black people, now this, they love to brag about how Hispanics were out there helping black people, right? They love to brag about that. What about this?
You are so quick to say for me to stay out of black people's business, but like, you know, black people's business is all over the fucking internet. When was the last time you heard about Hispanic issues unless it was to push a narrative? Like, no one gives a fuck about Latinos. There's no Latino lives matter. All these fucking migrant children getting gang raped at the border and no one seems to fucking care because everyone's still talking about George Floyd. Asian hate crimes have been happening for a long ass time done by black people and just overall in general, yet they wait until a white person finally does something for it to actually be relevant. I find it so funny that some of these black people want to say they're fucking oppressed, that you have the power to suppress other people's issues and still talk about things even though they happened like 5 years ago. There is black mothers, fathers, and children that reach out for help, that get killed in the hood, and then y'all don't care about those kids? What about those black lives?
First off, and that don't happen. They reach out for help and they get killed in the hood. All of this stuff where y'all be acting like the damn hood is a third world country. It's not. It's not. It's not at all. Now, this place, when we played this from the other night. I got to give a reminder for everybody who wasn't here. Every time they want something, when they want something that we're getting, and if they don't feel like they
the
get
black
to
and migrant children that are being trapped,
they get to take advantage of that. If they can't do that, they don't want us to have it. Just like reparations, they don't want us to have it because they see themselves as white. They see themselves as Caucasian. And what's worse than that, y'all, is they don't see themselves as fully white. So what they have to do is prove their whiteness by going above and beyond in their anti-blackness, which is why a lot of black people are sitting up there be all like, you know what, to me, it would seem as if the Hispanics are more racist than the white people. That is because the Anglo-Saxon whites, they're used to it. They already feel like they're on top. So they already feel if they're on top of the racial hierarchy, there's no competition. So they're not in survival mode. The Hispanics and everything, and all of these other soft whites or diet whites, they're fighting to get to the top. Do you understand? So they're in battle mode. So they have to really openly show their anti-black racism. Where you see the Anglo-Saxon whites don't do it as often. They do, but they don't do it as often. Which is why you see so much racism coming from the Hispanics. Shout out to the super chats from my brother Antithesis out here supporting. And then he says from downtown says, damn, that's a long pause. What's so hard about the question? Yeah, what's so hard? What's so hard? He paused for a whole minute straight. And I want you guys to he was blinking. So you guys didn't think that the video froze. He was blinking. He was thinking really hard about it. Now, when we go into the relationship, and the reason why people want this to be some type of black and brown coalition is because too many Negroes think that Hispanics are sexy. That's the problem. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the real issue. Y'all have believed yourselves at a really self-hate, if we're gonna be honest, really self-hate, that y'all believe that Hispanics got some type of are sexy or whatever. Y'all think that Spanish is sexy and y'all want to have access to your interracial dating. That's the real. Can we tell the truth? We got to tell the truth and shame the devil. That's what we got to do tonight, y'all. We not playing. No. And let me tell y'all, as far as the interracial sexual access thing goes, that's not even working out like that. That's not working out like that. Sexual access. Hold on. Look at this. Hold on. Let me pull this up. The interracial sexual access Hispanics for. This is what the Hispanics are saying about that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh,
she
there's
thought
no
she was
audio. My
better,
bad.
fool.
My bad. I paused the
Like,
audio.
and
I paused the audio. Hold
I
on.
swear
Let
to
me
God,
take it back. Let me take it back. My fault,
older
y'all.
Mexican man won't let his daughter like an older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say para mejorar la
I'm gonna
raza.
take it back one more time.
Like an older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say para mejorar la raza. That's what they be saying.
To better the race.
Yeah.
Fucked
up, bro. They're fucked up, bro.
So when my grandma moved to the city and my grandpa moved to the city and they met, my grandma automatically just seemed better because she was with this guy from Michoacan that was light skinned and white with green eyes. And she looked like Felipe, dark, short, and that she thought she was better, fool. Like, I swear to God, for my grandma just passed, but she loved my nephew more than she loved my niece. Like an older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Do you hear that?
Because
now, where have we heard that before? We heard that before. Do you guys remember George Lopez said something very similar to that? Or he said the exact same thing in a stand-up comedian. He said it as a quote-unquote stand-up comedian, but George Lopez said that and then snapped on a black woman who didn't really appreciate that joke. Let's play that clip. Hold on. Let me pull it up. It's taking a little bit of time, but it's okay. We're here. We're here. Y'all locked in with me. That's all that matters.
There's still two rules in the fucking Latino's family. Don't marry somebody black, and don't park in front of our house. Sit your fucking ass down. Sit your fucking ass down. I'm talking, bitch. Sit your fucking ass down. You pay to see a show. Sit your ass down. You can't take a joke. You're in the wrong motherfucking place. If you can't take a joke, you're in the wrong. So sit your fucking ass down or get the fuck out of here. Sit your fucking ass down or get the fuck out of here. I see you. Okay, take it off fucking I want to fucking everybody. I got two choices. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, the Black and Brown Coalition. These are your celebrities right here. The Black and Brown Coalition we got. Okay. Now, normally when an audience member gets upset, and I got to pause it because I don't want to copyright strike. Normally when they get upset, they'll tell a little joke. George is pissed. Telling somebody who paid to see him perform. We don't know what she said necessarily, but she voiced the fact that she didn't find that joke funny. And he told her to sit her effing ass down. Not making no joke or clowning like, oh, you got to take a joke or nothing like that. Look how angry. He is literally angry. He's not playing. He's pissed off at her because of the racist joke he told she don't appreciate.
Or get the fuck out. I'll tell you what, I'll make the choice for you. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'll make the choice for you. Bye. 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 You can't take a joke, you're in the wrong motherfucking place. Bye. 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 Bye.
So that's All of the people who stand up there talking about some interracial sexual access, y'all not getting that. Come on. They literally admit that they have less of an issue dating white people than they do dating black people, while black people sit up there going above and beyond because we want to create some type of coalition with these groups of people. You got the politicians. We got more receipts. Do you guys remember we discussed this the other day? What's her name? I'm playing it. Come on, laptop. Here we go. Nori Martinez. Hold on. Come on now. Sit up there, taking a little time. Remember Nori Martinez, the whole he's with the blacks and we're not going to do that because he's with the blacks? Do y'all remember that?
All the, you know, folks like with that's going. He wants to have breakfast. All the, you know, folks like with that's going. He did call me. He wants to have breakfast with me.
What's taking him so long?
I haven't. I just said, hey, we need to talk.
You supported him from the.
All right, don't worry, I got you. So you'll start seeing them line up. Isaac was the first.
Okay. He's with the blacks. All right. Do y'all see that? These are the receipts, y'all. Well, people want to talk about some black and brown coalition, black and brown coalition. There's no black and brown coalition. And we can keep trying to pretend like there is out of some type of desperation, but we know there's not. Because brown people didn't do anything when George Zimmerman lynched an innocent child. He stalked him down and lynched him, and we know it was racial because he told the police he didn't like black people. Let me pull up the actual phone, the phone call, to let you know he called Trayvon a racial slur before he hunted him down.
And he's a black male.
Okay. How old would you say he was?
Got a button on his shirt. Late teens.
Late teens, okay.
Something's wrong with him. Yeah. He's coming to check me out. He's got something in his hands. I don't know what his deal is.
Sounds good. Just let me know if he does
Get an
anything,
officer
okay?
over here.
Yeah, we got him on the way. Just let me know if this guy does anything else.
Okay. These assholes, they always get away. Yeah. When you come to the clubhouse, you come straight in and make a left. Actually, you would go past the clubhouse.
Okay, it says on the left-hand side from the clubhouse?
No, you go in straight through the entrance, and then you make a left. Yeah, you go straight in, don't turn and make a left. Shit, he's running.
He's running? Which way is he running?
Down towards the other entrance of the neighborhood.
Okay, which entrance is that he's heading towards?
The back entrance.
Are you following him?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need you to do that.
Okay.
All right, sir, what is your name?
George. He ran.
All right, George, what's your last name?
Zimmerman.
And George, what's the phone number you're calling from?
407-435-2400.
All right, George, we do have him on the way. Do you want to meet with the officer when they get out there?
I don't know if you guys heard that. He called him a coon, which is a racial slur. Called him a coon. Okay. Nothing happened. Nobody did anything. Obama didn't do anything. Nobody did anything. And what's been happening, because we've been so nice and we've been so calm and we've allowed this to go on for so long, we've allowed them to sit up there and be damn near our replacement. We've allowed them to damn near come in and under the guise and the struggles that we have set forth, or the stepping stones that we have put forth, we've allowed them to be our replacement, essentially. Hold on. Remember Biden telling everybody that we need to work closer with Hispanics. Remember that? Listen to this.
This country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
You see that? We got to work closer with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than we do. So this is them prioritizing Hispanics over us. This is what we've allowed. We've allowed them to prioritize Hispanics over us. Now we got politicians who will openly say we need to accept the fact that we are second class to Hispanics, that Hispanics are a priority. Hispanics are the priority. Let me pull this other clip up. Hold on. Let me see. Come on. Okay. So y'all hit that like button. Y'all hit that like button. Let me see something. Where are we? Where is this clip that I'm looking for? Y'all hit that like button. Let me pull this up real fast. Take this down. Do y'all remember Kamala Harris said something very similar? Kamala Harris, when I was looking, I'm going to pull it. I got to find it on my phone. It's a lot faster. You know, when you get off work or late and all that, and then traffic is real bad, it allows you to take it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because you're not 100% the way you want to be. But this is the Black and Brown Coalition. Now they're asking us to sit up there and help them. They're asking us, why are we not there for them? They're asking us to put all of this stuff aside. I'm showing you guys all of these receipts for a reason. Because too often we have short memories. As I'm looking for this clip, let me give you guys a reminder of the fact that they are begging us to come out there and help. Because they're sitting up there acting like, no, we're not asking anybody to help. We're not asking. We're not asking. Yes, they are. Why is this button not working? They're asking us to help. Hold on. Look at this.
Latino and Black communities have always been like this, and we should continue.
Out of everything I just showed you guys, look at what she says.
The Latino and Black communities have always been like this, and we should continue staying like that. There's no reason why the two communities should be fighting. Okay, we have fought next to each other, side by side, since the Civil Rights Movement. Okay, there's no time for beef on either side. We need to stand together, especially with everything that's going on right now in this country. So just a reminder that the Latino community and the Black community are like this always.
The Latino community and the Black community are like that always. They're always like that. And they've always been like that. And there's nothing that can separate the Latino community and the Black community. So I just want to ask a question, because if the Latino community and the Black community were always like that, can you explain what this is? Can you explain what this is right here? Just I don't really, what is that? Okay, because this is the president of LULAC, a Hispanic organization. During the civil rights movement, y'all, because the civil rights movement, a lot of people say that started really in the 50s, to be honest. The 50s, because it really started after the lynching of Emmett Till. So it really started in the 50s. Now, when you want to talk about the Black and the Brown community have been working together, the Hispanic community deliberately sat out, for the most part, the civil rights movement, because they didn't want to be associated with Black people, because they wanted to be seen as white. So this is Felix I don't even know. I don't care about his last name. This is Felix, who's saying, let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. This is the president of the LULAC organization. You have other people saying very similar things. The Hispanic said, we are going to sit this out. We do not want to ally with black people. We don't want to have anything to do with black people whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. Okay? And you have a whole bunch of black people out here acting as if this is not the case. Don't let them lie to you all, brothers and sisters. Do not let them lie, because they will make it seem like there has always been some type of kinship and there's always been some type of allyship. And they've deliberately said no several times. And because we've allowed it so much, we've allowed this so much, we've allowed the politicians to even get on board with that. Let me show you. Now everybody's talking about, I gotta take this down. I gotta take this down for a second. A lot of people are upset with the Hispanic community. There's two different people who are sitting this out, who are saying that this is not my problem. This is not my problem. Point one are the real ones, the riders and all of that. That's us, who are saying we sitting this out because first off, we don't believe, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm speaking for myself. I don't believe in their cause. I do believe, and this ain't out of hate, I do believe that there should be immigration laws that are enforced like they are in every other country. We cannot have a safe country if immigration laws are something that anybody can violate with no consequence. You need immigration laws. That is, and the same people who are fighting against that here would not fight against that in their homeland because they know that would make their homeland unsafe, so they wouldn't do it. But they're willing to do that here and risk your safety and my safety. So I'm not for their cause, number one. Number two, I understand and I recognize and remember their relationship to black people. And I remember how much they hate black people. And I remember how much they, and I mean collectively, want to be white. I remember that. But you have another group of black people who are really upset that most of the Hispanics voted for Donald Trump. And the black people who are sitting this out are sitting up there like, well, if you guys would have listened and if you guys would have just voted for Kamala, if y'all would have voted for Kamala. So you have a whole bunch of black people who are like, we did the right thing by voting for Kamala. We voted for Kamala. Y'all the ones who voted for Donald Trump. Let me say this. There are black people out here. We're the ones who voted for Kamala as if we're the ones who did the right thing. And y'all didn't stand by us in voting for Kamala. So there's too many black people I'm seeing making videos saying that they're not out there supporting the Hispanics because they're mad at the Hispanics, not for the long history of racism that I'm showing you guys right now. They're mad at Hispanics because Hispanics didn't vote for Kamala. I'm going to be very honest with you guys. I don't care what, and I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Let me say this right now. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I'm glad he beat Kamala. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I am so glad. I was relieved. I celebrated. I'm relieved. Thank you. I said, God, thank you so much. My prayers have been answered. Thank you. I am glad she didn't win. I don't care what happened. I'm so damn happy she didn't win, because if she won, what we would have been dealing with is way worse than what we're dealing with right now. If she won, we would have been dealing with this. Now, this is what she would have did with us. Remember, this is what she would have did with us.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country. Right?
Do you see that? Do you see that? Now, this is what she would have did with us, and then let's look at what she would have did with the Hispanic community. Her fellow, even though I'm saying fellow, hold on, why is it not going to the next video? Hold on, let me see. It's supposed to play the next one. Look at this.
On January,
pulling this up. That's Black people. That's what she would have did with Black people. Oh, we're not gonna get anything specific. Nothing for us. Now, this was her giving a laundry list of things she would do specifically for illegals.
On January 20th, 2021, if you are president, what specifically would you do with the thousands of people who try to reach the United States every...
Did y'all hear? Can I just underline and highlight and like magnify the word specific? Specific. While y'all want to talk about, well, you can't do anything specifically for one. How you going to do something specifically for one group of people? You can't do that. That's not part of the Constitution. You can't do that. You can't do it. You got to do it for everybody. Oh, no. Because when these other groups of people get to come up here, they say, well, what specifically? Not no Black and brown, not no people of color, not no minority, not no disenfranchised community, not no marginalized people. He's saying specifically after, mind you, this is after she had the interview while she said she's not going to do anything specifically for Black people. This video you're looking at right here is after she said she won't do anything specifically for Black people. Let me take it back. So you just get to hear the word specific one more time.
Every day and want a better life through asylum. Want a better life through asylum.
Immediately on January 20th of 2021, I will, first of all, we cannot forget our DACA recipients, and so I'm going to start there. I will immediately, by executive action, reinstate DACA status and DACA protection to those young people. I will further extend protection for deferral of deportation for their parents and for veterans who we have so many who are undocumented and have served our country and fought for our democracy. I will also immediately put in place a meaningful process for reviewing the cases for asylum. I will release children from cages. I will get rid of the private detention centers. And I will ensure that this microphone that the President of the United States holds in her hand is used in a way that is about reflecting the values of our country.
Yo, I am so damn glad she did not win. I'm so damn glad she didn't win. Y'all don't know how glad I am that she didn't win. You got her and other politicians. I want you to understand, this isn't just her. All of the Democratic politicians have the whole agenda of putting Hispanics above Black people. Let me show you AOC. Now, when it comes to AOC, I want you to look at this. This is AOC. Oh, whoa, there's too many videos up. I got to take a video down. Hold on. Let me take a couple of videos down. There's just so many receipts. The laptop just let me know. They're like, sir, there's too many receipts, brother. I said, okay, laptop, I got you. I got too many receipts loaded up. Let me take some of those down. Now, this is AOC. Let's look at this. Now, when it comes to
what as a political
stuff about us, foundational Black Americans, don't nobody want to do nothing specific. Don't nobody know what to do. Can't nobody name any tangible specific policies. Everybody's talking about, well, we gotta hope and we gotta think and we gotta study and we gotta see and we gotta look and we gotta wonder and we gotta figure out. Everybody's talking about that. Nobody gives a specific solution about us specifically. When it's us and only us, when the subject is us and only us, nobody knows what to do. Nobody knows how to help. Look at AOC.
cost, let's say, of saying we're going to throw your hat in with a program like reparations. How much do you think those considerations should be made?
Well, you know, it's a good question. I think that one of the things that we've seen from early polling actually is that I think that we should distance ourselves and start getting away from this idea that we should only care about ourselves. Because when we really do start to assert and believe and understand and see how our destinies are tied, we kind of get away from this idea that only, you know, people of color care about other people of color and only white people care about other white people and so on. There are a lot of systems that we have to dismantle, but also it does get into this interesting area of where we are as a country about identity, because like, what does it mean to be Black? Who is Black and who isn't, especially as our country becomes more biracial and multiracial. Same thing with being Latino. Same thing, it brings up all these questions of like passing and.
Now, do you see? She don't know. We don't know what she's talking about. But according to her, AOC don't know what is Black, who is Black. We should look past that, all of that stuff. Now, when Latinos are involved, she gives a very different answer when Latinos are involved. When Latinos get to benefit from something, she gives a very different answer.
Thing that's so important is for us to talk about racism within our community and how we are both impacted by racism in the United States and across the world, but also how it exists within our own communities. And you know, a lot of times I'll hear people say, okay, this is about Black Lives Matter, what about Latinos? And I always say Latinos are Black. we are Afro-Latina, and we run an entire racial spectrum. And so
Latinos are Black. Latinos are Black. Oh, no. Because when we were talking about reparations, you was acting like you didn't know what Black is. She was acting like she never heard. She was like, Black? I mean, what is Black? Who is Black? Am I Black? Are you Black? I mean, we're all Black. We're all people. We're all human beings. I don't know who is Black. I know my abuela is kind of Black, but she's not really Black like that. Then when it comes to, okay, well, what about the Hispanic? No, Hispanics are Black. I love my color. Oh, no. And we've allowed them to sit up there and get away with that. And this is why, going back to the beginning of this video, let me bring this back up. Okay? Play it from the middle.
That was a poignant moment. We know that this other white strategy had its problems. We know the famous case in the 1950s in which a Mexican-American had been convicted of murder, and his lawyer said, well, in the 1950s, Mexican-American advocates began consciously and subconsciously sort of to adopt the increasingly successful strategies of African-Americans. And they then had to toe this very delicate line of trying to be designated sufficiently enough minorities to take advantage of Brown versus Board of Education and protections for minorities without losing their whiteness.
Yes. Do you see that? So this is them, and this is AOC and all of the politicians. They're sitting up there eating at both sides. Okay? They're on both sides of the team. They're on team white, and they're also on team people of color. Whichever team benefits them at the moment, they have no allegiance to anything but themselves. So that's why, okay, well, hold on. When it's time for Black people to get reparations, then, okay, well, we really got to stop talking about Black. I mean, who's Black? I mean, we got to get past all this color stuff. Well, why are we even doing that? We got to get past all this color stuff. And then when it's time for Latino, well, Latinos are Black. Don't you understand? Well, if Latinos were Black, why are Latinos doing stuff like this? Let me show you. Why are Latinos doing stuff like this then, if Latinos are Black?
Elected officials refuse to address the problem. The Black elected officials refuse to address the problem. My own congressman refuses to address the problem. And I think the problem is Black folks see all minorities as allies. And this is not the case. These people are not here for our common good. They're here for their own good. Where I don't have any ill will towards anybody, I also want to look out for my race. I'm a Black American. I've never used a hyphen, but I will refuse to turn my back on my race and see what's going on in South Central to my people.
Shout out for
and
that.
Let these people come in here and just take over. I'm not going to sit back and watch it. And I think it's a terrible thing, a horrendous thing for anybody to see this going on and say, well, he's a minority like me, so I won't speak up. I don't care where he comes from. The key to this whole thing is stop the denial, stop the alliances of, in other words, he's a minority like me, so I can't speak up against him. If this was white folks committing these lynchings to us in South Central, what's going on, there would be an outrage in this country. We have had firebombs thrown through windows. We have had people's cars burned in the driveway because they happened to move into the wrong communities. We had a lady who moved to East LA, came to the state from the South, not knowing what East LA was. It was an all Hispanic community. She wasn't there one day. We had another man who was burned out of his house in Torrance last year. We had 5 murders in Hawaiian Gardens just because the people were Black. This would not be tolerated if this was white on Black crime. But the fact that these people come here, and it's the numbers, sir. It's the numbers. They come here in the numbers. They build up the Hispanic community, and they get this sense of power against us. And there are race riots in the schools.
Do y'all see that? And this is one of the things that we needed to
Today
learn.
in Los Angeles, it never makes the media. The Black kids are being run out of the schools every day and told to go back to Africa. It never makes the media. We are having people who are being discriminated against on every avenue of society, economic, schools, even in our prisons now. They have drawn lines, and our prisoners in California are being beat and harassed and raped by Hispanic gang members who recently arrived here because of the numbers. My answer to you, sir, would be we don't need any new laws. Enforce the ones we got.
Can we get some fire? Can we get the fireball emojis for that brother standing on lineage business? Can we get the fireball emojis in the chat room? This is what I'm talking about. We have been abused. Our relationship has been abused. Let me tell you guys something. What we've done is we've allowed white supremacy to manipulate us. White supremacy rules the world as of right now, which is why we're fighting so hard against it, because it's wage war on us as it rules the world. We're the only thing that's stopping it from complete world domination. We're the only thing. So that's why they're waging war on us. All right. That's why we're fighting against it. But what they've done is they've allowed anti-Black indoctrination to seep into the minds of everybody. And the only people who don't have it have actually had to be reprogrammed against it, because what white supremacy has done is they've taught anti-Blackness through osmosis, through everything you see, from the TV to the music to the media to policies. Everything you see, you grow up with anti-Blackness in America and South America, all over the world. What we have is a different type of anti-Blackness. Our anti-Blackness, I want you guys to lock in with me. Our anti-Blackness manifests itself in low self-esteem. This is one of the reasons why we always feel like we need an ally. We need to stick together with another group of people. We need these other people. This is one of the reasons, because too many Black people, even if they don't know it, they have low self-esteem of their own Blackness, in particular, us in particular, because we were the only group of people, only group of people in the world who are told, y'all really don't have a culture. Y'all really don't have a home. You're not supposed to be in America. That's what they were telling us, which is why they fight so hard. Anytime we say anything about an indigenous history, they fight so hard to dispel that, because they want us to believe ourselves that we don't belong in America. That's why. That's the only reason why. Now, we got scientists, archaeologists, historians, all verify. There's not a credible historian that will tell you that there were no Black people in this land. But yet anytime you say it, they don't want you to say it because they want us as FBA to believe that we have no place in the world, really. And if you're a person who has no nation, if you're a person who believes you have no culture, you really can't have a culture without a nation, okay? Because the culture stems from your nation, which is why different nations have different cultures. If you tell people, a group of people, you don't have a nation, you don't belong anywhere in the world, how are you going to embrace your culture? No, it's not your culture. This is not your nation. This is not your land. You're not supposed to be here. So you're not going to take claim to your culture if you can't take claim to your nation. So this is why us taking claim to our roots here is also synonymous with us also taking claim to our culture here. You understand what I'm saying? So because of our programming by white supremacy that's been teaching us to have low self-esteem, we've looked at everybody else as these allies that we need. We want to partner with them because of our low self-esteem. We want this black and brown coalition. So we've been forcing a black and brown coalition, and we've been allowing ourselves to be abused because, let's be honest, the way they see it, not just Hispanics, but really all immigrants, they see it as weakness. They do. That's truth. They see it as weakness. They see us as weak. They see us as desperate. Better said. It's like that. Let me use an analogy. It's like that friend or that person who wants to be your friend. He wants to be your friend. You don't really want him to be your friend. You're never really going to hang out with him. Not going to really kick it with him after school. You don't talk to him during school. You don't acknowledge him to your other friends. You're always kind of like distant from him. But hey, when you out of money, hey, you go, hey, man. Hey, bro, how you been, man? How you been? You happen to have like maybe $5 I can hold, you know what I'm saying? I left my wallet at the crib. Do you have $5? And then the friend who's desperate to make a friend, oh, sure, yeah, of course, here's I got $10. Here you go, buddy. And like, thanks, pal. You the best, man. You the best. We got to stick together, right, man? We got to stick together. And you're so excited because you get to make a friend because you got low self-esteem. You get to make a friend. Yeah, oh my God, that's my buddy. And then the next day you go to school, like, hey, man. They're like, hey, what's up? Keep walking off. And then here you go, just by yourself. And then 2-3 weeks later, he's like, hey, man, hey, you got a couple of dollars on you. I just need some real quick. I'm kind of hungry. I just got to grab something from the vending machine. And here you go, thinking that this is my chance to build this friendship with the cool guy. Oh, here's my wallet again. Here, you can take it. Just get yourself whatever you want, thinking that you're building this relationship, thinking that you're building this friendship with him. And it was like, no, it's fine. And then it keeps going and going and going. And then until one day he says, hey, man, hey, how you been, brother? How you been? How you doing? You happen to have like maybe just $5 on you. And you look, no. You got it. Oh, you got it. You got the 5. But you look and you say, no. No, I'm good. And then they're going to be like, oh, you going to do me like that? I thought we was cool. That's what's happening right now. Our desperation and stuff like that, we realize, hey, how are you the cool guy if I got more money than you? That's how we looking at ourselves now. We always, because we were taught that we were the lame guys and everybody else was cool and everybody else had culture and everybody else was sexy and everybody else had, rich music and all of that stuff, but they relying on us. So we was doing some math and we was thinking, how are y'all the cool guy? How are y'all the ones with culture? How are y'all the hardworking ones? If y'all coming to us for the money, well, how's that working? No, you know what? if that's the case, I'm the cool guy then. Y'all should be the one trying to make a coalition and a deal with me. I shouldn't be coming over to y'all, helping y'all. Y'all should be the one trying to earn your keep with me. Yeah, that's how this should be working. And that's how we feel about ourselves now. We've grown and evolved past that little indoctrination of low self-esteem that's been embedded in our minds. That's the thing. Now we're looking at ourselves like, if anything, you should be the one sitting up there trying to do what you can to be in my circle. I'm sitting up there trying to inch my way into your little lunch table. Man, nah, y'all need to be the one sitting up there asking permission to sit down next to me, if anything. No, we the ones who run this thing. We the ones who everybody, when y'all need some help, y'all come to us and we just gleefully giving y'all some help because we think it's going to be reciprocated and it never does. If anything, y'all need to be the ones paying homage. As a matter of fact, you sitting up there asking for some money. Everything I gave you a 10, I gave you a 5, and then I gave you 3, and then I gave you another 10. It seemed like you owe me some money. You sitting up there keep asking for some stuff, and I don't get enough. You owe me reparations. The way I looking at it, the way I'm looking at all this, you owe me some money. When you gonna get paid, bro? That's how we looking at it now. Long gone are the days where we sitting up there desperately helping everybody else because we want some friends and we want no. Gone are those days where we sit up there and we look at all quote unquote minorities as potential allies because we feel like we need other people. We don't need no damn body. We the ones at the cool table. We the ones everybody trying to be like. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing: if we weren't the big dogs, if we weren't the real threat, why are white supremacy targeting us the most? Let me ask y'all a question. If foundational Black Americans weren't the big threat, why does everybody else get to climb up on the racial hierarchy ladder but us? Because if it was Black and brown and we in this together, why do y'all get to be white and not us? We don't get to be white, but y'all get to be white. So it seems like we're the problem they have, not you. Y'all somewhat, yeah, they don't really like you, but they don't view you as no problem. Not like that, no. Not like that. We're the people they have the issue with. So this is why we're changing everything. We got some more receipts. I just want to leave you guys with a really good amount of receipts real quick. Y'all probably not gonna be able to see this one because it's real like shorts. Let me see if actually I'm gonna zoom this in a lot. But this was the situation going on in Chicago. The situation going on in Chicago. And when these things happen and these things get reported back to us and we start seeing this stuff, this is a car, a van with 2 Black women, and one of them are pregnant. One of the women are pregnant. 2 Black women in a car, and they are in Little Village in Chicago. You see them beating the car. You see them throwing stuff. Another woman who was recording. So when we see stuff like this, and we see stuff like, hold on. Frozen on this thing. Look at this. 2 Black women in the car. When we see stuff like that, and we see stuff like this,
Washington prepares for a second surgery this week.
My eye is doing so much pain. My eye and my nose.
Sunday night, the girl had emergency surgery on her eye. She and her mother say the injuries happened after neighbors hosting a Mexican Independence Day celebration used a racial slur against the African-American family.
That word shouldn't be used towards us. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be used towards anybody. Nobody should use that word because that's a bad word.
A few minutes later, two women allegedly attacked the girl when she didn't move her 3-month-old Yorkie out of their way. The 6th grade honor student and cheer captain named her puppy Barbie. Washington and her mom say Barbie was stepped on by one of the women but survived. Then they say the aggressors targeted Washington.
I looked up. A bottle came towards my face, being thrown to my face. I dropped down because I felt something hard. She punched me in my nose. When she punched me in my nose, I almost blacked out because I fell again.
I want justice. I want them to see her.
Washington's mother preferred for her face not to be shown on TV.
Everyone have been so supportive with just sharing the love, letting her know that she is beautiful. I'm just heartbroken that this happened to her.
For the girl who hopes to someday be a pediatrician, she says this is not only painful, but confusing.
I didn't do anything. I was just trying to put my dog in a house.
The police report the family shared with ABC7 classified this case as an aggravated battery of a child. Today, Chicago police tell us no one is in custody and the case is being investigated as Washington prepares for surgery tomorrow, hoping it will lessen her pain.
And to my knowledge, they haven't even caught the people who did that. And the Hispanics didn't call that out. They don't call that out. Yet, when they need some help, they're out here making videos like this.
Having a platform gives me where I need to make a stand and say, and there's a lot. Some of you guys may not like this post on with ICE right now, and I'm gonna say, you know, this may get muted because they love to mute my political videos, but we're gonna try. Some of you guys with the black and brown unity right now going on, I'm reading tons out there on threads and social media, and some of you guys say that this is not our fight. This isn't our fight. I just want you to pause and think that when ICE raids homes and when migrants are detained, if injustice anywhere is allowed, it becomes injustice everywhere. This ain't just about them, it's about all of us. It's about every single one of us. Black people have every single right to be exhausted and to be tired. They have carried centuries of protests and fighting for their rights. But I want you to ask yourself, who benefits when we are divided? Because white supremacy loves when we say that's their issue. Read history, really read history, and you'll find that they wanted to create division with us. Because then
where's all of this wanting to create division and all of this stuff? Now y'all want us, because y'all need some help, y'all want us to forgive y'all? Y'all want us to forgive y'all and put all that stuff aside? Hell no. Hell no. We're not falling for that ever again. The way y'all do our children out here, the way y'all do our babies out here. And there's so much more stuff. There's so much more stuff, but I don't want to necessarily play anything that's violent necessarily. I'm not going to play anything that's violent or can get struck down or whatever the case may be. I'm not going to do that. But the answer is hell no. Y'all sitting up there asking us for help after y'all attack pregnant women and after y'all attack babies and firebomb black communities. And the second y'all need some help, y'all want to talk about, well, white supremacy wants us to be divided. Well, white supremacy doing a good job according to you guys because y'all love division. But y'all be asking for help when you want some help.
And I think right now the black and the brown community, we need to come together and we need to remember that they are the ones who made it us versus them. They put us against each other because if we're busy fighting each other, we don't put our eyes on them. We need to wake up. Everybody needs to wake up.
Oh, we need to wake up. Everybody needs to wake up. But y'all not going to call your own people out. You're not. You won't. And for all of the people who sitting up there caping for them, Yeah, we need to dispel that stuff too, because what you guys are doing is very dangerous against black people. What you all are doing is incredibly dangerous against black people. So no, the answer is absolutely no. We're not going to help. We're sitting this one out. We're sitting this one out. First off, your cause is not righteous. It's not. Second of all, if anything, y'all gonna have to. This isn't because I'm upset that you guys voted for Trump. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I can't believe how glad I am. I am ecstatic that you guys voted for Trump. I'm so happy. I'm so happy y'all voted for Trump. I didn't. I'm glad y'all did, so I didn't have to. Now, what's happening now is foundational Black Americans are starting to realize our worth. This isn't payback. This isn't revenge. We're realizing our worth. And because we're realizing our worth, we're asking, okay, it's about time y'all start bringing something to the table, because it seems like we've been the only people bringing stuff to the table. Y'all need to be helping us, because we've been having y'all back for the longest time. We ain't going to be out here helping you guys out. We're not the desperate person to make a friend who's giving you guys all our money, trying to buy friendship. We're not trying to buy friendship no more, not from y'all. Start looking up and down, not from y'all. Y'all no, y'all foreigners. Y'all no. Looking them, nah, hell no. We don't need y'all friendship. We don't need y'all alliance. We don't need that. Y'all have been sabotaging us ever since y'all damn got here. Y'all have been targeting us ever since y'all got here. Ain't no black and brown coalition. Y'all said that yourself. That y'all didn't want no black and brown coalition. Y'all said we focused on being white. I could care less for a black and brown coalition. Please miss me with that. That's what y'all said. So if y'all asking for help, the answer is no. Y'all can go out there by yourself, and I hope he get y'all too. I ain't gonna lie to you. I hope he get all of the illegal stuff going on. I hope that stop. Should nobody be over here illegally. And that don't affect us. But y'all sitting up there like it's gonna affect us. It's gonna affect us. You got folk out here, fake activists out here, sitting up there talking about it's gonna affect us. Do y'all remember the one dude? Y'all remember the one dude I ran off of YouTube? Do y'all remember the guy I ran off of YouTube? His name is I don't know if his name is Unconscious or Cowardly Lee. He's out because he's not on YouTube anymore. I ran him off of YouTube. I told him that YouTube is for the big boys, not little Lee. So I ran him off YouTube. And this is what he been out here saying. Put this clip up. This is little Lee out here.
You niggas then bought into this white supremacist idea of xenophobic as if they ain't gonna turn that xenophobia back on your black ass. If we keep on bragging about how 92% of black people voted against Donald Trump and he views anybody that opposes him as the enemy, why don't y'all think it's a threat when he says he's going to deport the enemy within? When Donald Trump says he's going to deport homegrown criminals, the 13th Amendment says the United States federal government shall not prohibit slavery except for punishment convicted of crime. It is not ironic that the descendants of slaves are most likely to find themselves a victim of being convicted of a crime. When he says he's going to start with the homegrown criminals, that notion is indicative of the black experience. There is no way to talk about homegrown criminals in America, especially from a conservative, without thinking that it implicates black existence, black experience, black freedom. That's my argument. My argument is, and you know, you niggas then bought into this white supremacist idea of xenophobic as if they ain't gonna turn that xenophobia back on your black ass. If we keep on bragging about how 92% of black people voted against Donald Trump.
Hard to.
We already know that's not gonna happen. We know that's not gonna happen. He already expressed to himself, we not going nowhere.
We are fighting hard to get birthright citizenship or automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. That's another way. It's automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. That's the other term that they use, which is actually more accurate, more understandable. And it's ridiculous. We're the only country that has it, and certainly the only country that has it to that extent. And it wasn't meant, if you look, it was really meant for children of slaves. This is when it happened. The children of slaves, it was not meant for everyone to come into our country by airplane or charging across the borders from all over the world and think they're going to become citizens. It's not meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. And hopefully at some point the courts will understand that without having to go through a whole big deal. This was meant for the children of slaves. And look at the timing of it and you'll see. And I hope judges will understand that. And it has to stop because it's really hurting our country very badly.
Okay. So how is this applying to we getting deported when? When is that gonna happen? Cause y'all keep saying that. Y'all keep saying it's coming soon, it's coming soon. We'll cross that bridge when it gets here. How about that? We'll cross that bridge when it gets here. So as of right now, y'all can sit up here and y'all can be upset about it. We not worried. We not bothered. We're not bothered about it. We're looking at the history of the Hispanic community. We're looking at the history of how you guys have been treating us. We're looking at the history of every single time y'all get mad, y'all get like this.
Nigga, I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family, fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to Kava?
So if that's
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do.
Don't
Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face.
Don't be
Stop
doing this. Don't be doing this no more.
You're shooting us all because of the color of our skin. All because we have culture we brought it here and we are who we are and we love it here and we help people here. That's what we're known for. We help people and yet we're getting terrorized. We're going through this. Our families are being our babies are literally being ripped from our hands. If someone could please tell me if there's something we can do to help our people. Please just imagine yourself in our situation. Imagine your people are being terrorized. They're being ran over. If you literally cannot have empathy for someone, I don't know what to tell you. You're an evil ass human being and you need help and you need God. You have no heart and hell, there's a special place in hell for you.
Oh, now y'all want some empathy. Now they want some damn empathy because they're being made to go home. It's not like they're being rounded up in some type of concentration camp. They're not being put in no internment camp. They're just being sent home. Where's the empathy and the love, please? Don't do this.
Karma is real and God will take care of them.
Cry me a river. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. That those tears don't bother me. Those tears don't bother me. Y'all can cry all y'all want to. It doesn't matter. Those don't bother me, whether you crying over here, whether you sitting up there crying as a damn celebrity. Do y'all remember this? This video was just sad. This video right here. Remember Selena Gomez?
I just wanted to say that I felt.
Oh, yeah. See, all of this is because y'all lost FBA support. Y'all was kicking it and cool. Remember, y'all said, y'all, hey, come on now. Come on now. Now, I want y'all to see when they're happy, when black people was out here fighting for them and doing all of this stuff, this is how they was acting. There's too many damn videos already. This is how they was acting. I got to take this video off. They said, Afro, you got too many damn receipts up. I said, okay, all right. Let me pull a receipt down. So when Hispanics are in a good mood, they sit up there, harass black children. They think it's a joke. Make fun of the man. That's funny to them. sit up here and brutalize black children.
So you bang?
Do I bang?
Yeah, so you bang?
Do I bang?
Yeah, do you bang?
I just told you a minute ago I don't bang.
All right, do you bang? You don't bang?
No, I don't.
Look, put that shit. Fuck class, homie. Fuck niggas. Don't go inside, homie.
Wait, why you gotta say fuck niggas?
Mm. They think that's a joke. They think that's funny. They think it's funny to participate in Nazism. They think,
oh my God, it's a bunch of fucking.
Yo! You know who that is, bro? That's crazy. Yo! Hey, I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I fucking love this nigga, bro.
Do you know how much I hate you people? Do you have any idea?
What?
You have any idea at all how much I fucking
talk
hate?
Talk to me real quick. So I can,
You know,
we love you, so we support you. So talk to us.
I don't want you to support me. I want all of you Puerto Rican niggers to die. I don't want you to support me.
Okay. Calling them a bunch of Puerto Rican N-words. Now, this is how they get when you cut them off, and not even cut them off in traffic. If you run a damn stop sign, not light sign, you run a stop sign, this is how they get.
This is why, folks, I don't like motherfucking black people. I fucking hate black people, bro. You know why? Just now, a fucking nigger ran the fucking stoplight and looked at me like it was my motherfucking fault. Fuck all you Black Lives Matter fucking people. I don't give a fuck. Because y'all just want to make it seem like it's our fault or the white man or whatever the fuck it is. Bro, like, I don't give a fuck. Kill them all, bro. Kill them the fuck all.
Okay. This is how y'all get when you guys lose a boxing match.
Because I hate niggas. I'm anti-black. Nigga, I'm KKK, nigga. I hate niggas.
Nigga, I'm KKK.
No.
And you can tell he means it because those were probably his damn cousins or sisters in that KKK robe that we saw before.
Niggas. I hate niggas. I'm anti-black. Nigga, I'm KKK, nigga. I hate niggas.
Nigga, I'm KKK.
No, nigga, I'm KKK. Hey, let's go bring George Floyd back to life and kill that nigga again.
Why do you skip Jews all the time? Why do you skip
And guess what? I hate Jews. That's fucking. I actually tweeted that. Though. Fuck the Jews too.
Hey, Ryan.
Nigga, I'm Hitler. You and fuck Muslims that fucking
and
rape
I believe it because
because they rape a little girl. A 9-year-old girl named
listen,
Aisha.
Ryan.
9-year-old named
when black
I
people
follow me on this account. And
People have a right to tell white people or Hispanics what they can and cannot say. And that means if a black person wants to use the N-word, that means a white person also can use the N-word because all lives matter, not just Black Lives Matter. So with that said, the fact that they're trying to sue this woman, this white woman, they're trying to take her kid away from her because she used the N-word, just shows you how toxic cancel culture is. And this is a great case as to how we need to stop cancel culture. It is anti-American. It is anti-free speech. And if you can say the N-word, so can I, whether you like it or not. It doesn't affect your freedom, but you're sure affecting mine by telling me that I can't say it because I'm not black. So make the N-word great again.
Make the N-word.
I don't think black people have a right.
Okay. And then these are the damn cops that we got to deal with.
Any racial animus.
You harbor any racial animus to black people? Pause, 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 pause.
I have feelings for African Americans, sir.
What are your feelings?
They're just human beings, sir.
Did you hear my question, sir? Do you have any ill feelings toward African Americans?
I do, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Just going through a couple of, just the receipts, just the necessary receipts that we got going on over here. What we want to talk about, some black and brown coalition. This is how they get when we talk about some reparations now. This is what they do to block us, to prevent us from getting what is owed to us specifically. What is owed to us specifically, this is what they do. I have to take that clip down.
Consultants from the task force reported the total amount could be as much as 800 billion. 800 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of our entire state budget. To pay for that, you'd need a major tax hike, unlike anything this state has ever seen before. I recognize and acknowledge the painful part of our history. The pains of our past should not be paid by the people of today. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws. Nothing. It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing to.
Okay. It's fundamentally unfair. I mean, I'm talking about blocking reparations every chance they
North
get.
Carolina, they'll pass reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody getting reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been
You working. No more money for you. Bye-bye. Go back across the No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, when we see videos of them sitting up there at the border crying because they want to come to America, it's just so hard. My feelings like, I don't know. Do y'all feel sad? Do y'all feel sad for them? Do you guys feel sad that they're not in America? Do you guys feel sad? Let's look at all the crying. Oh my God, this is so sad.
Only people are getting attacked. The children.
The children.
They don't understand.
I don't understand.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do.
Selena, do you got a song or a movie coming out? Why are you doing this? Come on, baby.
I'll try everything, I promise. I just wanted to say that.
You know that when you, for those who used to, maybe I'm a little bit too old school. Y'all know when you used to get whoopings. I don't know if you can give whoopings anymore. Y'all know when y'all used to be able to get whoopings and all that stuff. And y'all would cry and then y'all would start skipping the breath and everything like that. When the crying would kind of settle a little bit. That's how she crying right now. You're going back to Mexico. And you know when you suck in, it's about to be a bigger.
Only people are getting attacked. The children. They don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise. I just want to say that I'm so sorry. Only people are getting attacked. The children.
Oh no. I mean,
running us over, you're shooting us, all because of the color of our skin. All because we have culture, we brought it here, and we are who we are, and we love it here, and we help people here. That's what we're known for. We help people, and yet we're getting terrorized. We're going through this. Our families are being Our babies are literally being ripped from our hands. If someone could please tell me if there's something we can do if there's something we could do to help our people, please just imagine yourself in our situation.
No. All of that, please have sympathy for me. Please have no. We're gonna have the same amount of sympathy that you guys have been historically giving black people. Historically, Hispanics have been one of the main participators in the system of white supremacy against black people, against foundational black Americans. Y'all have been one of their main weapons, their main buffer classes that they've been using to suppress the progress of foundational black Americans. And the second y'all get a little bit of taste of your own medicine, which you're getting sent home. The second y'all get a little bit of that, now y'all sitting up there crying, I can't believe this is happening. Hey man, look, y'all can cry me a river. I'm on the couch. I'm cool. Come on, y'all finish the job up. Come on now. They blocking traffic. Don't make me start snitching, because that's what I'm going to do. Y'all want us to y'all better get out the way. Y'all blocking traffic and all that stuff. I don't want to have no long commute back and forth to work. Y'all better get out the way. I'm going to start snitching on y'all. Y'all better get out the way. Let them do their job. Come on, go home. Ain't that bad. Come on, y'all love the flag so much. Go back home. What we doing? I don't know what we doing. Y'all love the flag in a place y'all don't want to go, and that don't really make that much sense to me personally. I don't understand it. But regardless, y'all need to leave. That's how I say. That's what I say. Let me get to the super chats. Shout out to Aisha, our beloved sister Aisha. FBA Justice says, cry FBA River, get off your knees. No FBA capes are coming. Oh no, we not coming. It's gonna be a long day. Y'all looking up at the sky looking for Superman to start flying. He ain't coming. Superman ain't coming. This ain't Smallville, Metropolis. This ain't that. Superman is retired, at least for y'all. DJ X1 sends the super chat. Thank you, or super sticker. Thank you very much. DSB says you can take a trip to the hospital. Well, he was referring to one of the other videos. Yeah, they can take a trip to the hospital. He was referring to Ryan Garcia, I believe. FBA Justice says 65 years of living, and I've never seen a black in anything. It's always been just FBA for FBA in these streets. That's it. Everybody else comes when it's convenient, leaves when it's convenient, and we just not having that no more. All right. Shout out to Rod the Most Prime, says this Latina lady at my job tried to get me to sympathize with them by telling me this story about her small hat friend whose family went through the quote Holocaust. Oh, that's interesting. The family went through the Holocaust that long ago in the 1940s. Okay. When she tried to compare LA situation to the Holocaust, really getting sent home is like being put in an internment camp. Look how far they're reaching. And thank you all for the super chats. Let me get to the Cash Apps too. Show some love to the Cash App family, because you know I love you. Come on now. Where is the Cash App? Shout out to Walter. Thank you, Walter, for the Cash App. I did see a Cash App. I want to know a question. If you guys feel sympathy for them, if y'all feel sympathy and y'all want to sit there and cry,
I wish I could do.
If you guys feel sympathy and y'all want to cry with them and y'all want to stay with them, I want y'all to put the crying emoji in the chat room. If you guys feel sympathy, if you guys want them to leave, I need you guys to put the ice emoji in the chat room. Let's see how much sympathy we have. If y'all want them to get up out of here and take all of that anti-black Latino culture back home with them, actually get rid of it, but take it away from here, I need y'all to put the ice emoji in the chat room. I want to see something. I want to see something real quick. Let's put let's put that. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yep, it looked like they can go. Yeah, I don't see no damn sympathy over here now. Y'all, it look like y'all getting deported or y'all getting sent back home. I don't see no sympathy. Ain't no more black and brown coalition. Y'all can cry all y'all want to. But guess what y'all gonna be crying? Just guess. Y'all want to take a guess? I'm gonna show you. Y'all gonna be crying in Mexico. See, it's okay if y'all just cry in Mexico. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I can't believe this is happening. No. Karma is tough, ain't it? Karma is real tough. What needs to happen is, as Foundation Black Americans, we doing our job. We doing what we supposed to be doing. To all of the other groups of people, and this is serious. Let's be serious, okay? Let's end this seriously, right? What needs to happen is you guys need to do a real deep dive evaluation of yourselves and your values and your culture. The problem is the fact that you guys want to climb up the ladder of the racial hierarchy instead of dismantling it. And because you guys want to climb up the ladder of the racial hierarchy, you want to use black people as a stepping stone and to leapfrog past black people and use our plight for your own benefit. Y'all want to call yourselves a person of color or even black when it's beneficial to y'all, and then y'all white and Nazis when it's beneficial to y'all. And y'all can't have it both. Y'all been having it both ways for the longest time, and it's over now. It's over now. So now you're getting the cold shoulder by your Nazi mommy and daddy, and then you're getting the cold shoulder by the FBA community. So it's leaving y'all stuck in the middle to leave y'all to figure out your own problem. If you guys was taking this much effort, this much energy into fixing, because y'all want to talk about there's cartels in Mexico. If y'all was to take this much effort and this much rebellious energy that y'all are putting forth in a for a government against a government in a country to stay here illegally, all of this rebellious energy, if y'all was to take this back to Mexico and said, you know what, we're gonna fight the cartel off, y'all could actually do something. There's millions of y'all who are willing to fight the United States government to stay in a country that you guys are not welcomed in, to stay in a country that you guys do not belong in, instead of taking that energy back to Mexico. But the reason why you guys don't want to do that is because you guys are still internalizing your anti-blackness. Y'all don't want to do that because y'all want to be close to white. That's your problem. That's your problem. Y'all don't want to do that because in order for y'all to do that, it's going to take a level of justice and righteousness that culturally y'all community does not have. Doesn't. Y'all community doesn't have that because y'all community has always looked at yourselves as the diet whites who are trying to climb up the ladder. And y'all culture has been your downfall. And now this is the result of that. Now you guys are being abandoned by both sides. You guys have been eating on both sides of the table. Y'all been eating at the white table and y'all been eating at the black table. We've been welcoming you guys over here. And then even the Europeans have been welcoming you guys. Y'all haven't faced the same amount of discrimination, but y'all get to walk the same damn stepping stones that we place for us. Y'all, there ain't no Juan Crow, there was Jim Crow, but all of the fighting and the rights that we fought for because of Jim Crow, y'all get to benefit. So y'all been really having it both ways, living two lives. That's what the Hispanics have been doing. Y'all been living two damn lives for too long. And now both of the lives have come to an end. And this is the result of that. Both of the lies have come to an end. And now you all are stuck. There's nothing for y'all to do. You know what? I would say I feel sorry. But truth be told, I don't. I don't. I do not feel sorry. I can't feel sorry. Can't feel sorry because I keep remembering what you guys have done. I can't feel sorry because every time I almost want to feel sorry, I think of this. Every time I want to feel sorry, every time I think like, oh, well, you know, I mean, it is kind of tough. It is kind of hard. I do have a little bit of humanity every single time. I think of this. This image is stuck in my head every single time while you'll want to sit up here and cry and want us to feel sorry for you every single time. I can't help but think of, damn, Trayvon Martin would still be alive and well today if it wasn't for y'all racism that exists within your culture, that we have allowed to exist. And I want us to take accountability for the fact that we've allowed this to exist. We've allowed this to exist because we've allowed us to fool ourselves into thinking that we have some type of coalition or alliance with people who are just marginalized. We think that just because somebody is marginalized mean that they share our values, and that means we should team up with them. That's what we have thought. And because of us believing that, we have allowed these people to come into our neighborhoods. We've allowed them to invade, damn near cleanse us out of California, which is why they were doing all the fire bombs. We've allowed them to attack pregnant black women, children. And we still got black people out here telling us there's a black and brown coalition. We've allowed them to block our reparations. And we still are being told that there is a black and brown coalition. I'll tell you right now, there is no coalition at all. Get it how you live. Y'all been calling us lazy for generations. Y'all been saying y'all the hardest working people for generations. Well, now it's time to see. It's time to see. If y'all the hardest working people and y'all, when we're lazy in comparison to y'all do work that we can't do, we won't do. It's time to see. It's time to see where all this hard work and grit that you guys keep bragging about, it's time to see where that's at. It's time to see. Okay, hold on. I got a couple more super chats. I don't know why this thing is. Oh, yeah, that's because that thing is there. It's all right, though. It's all right. StreamYard always be messing with me. Shout out to Antithesis. Antithesis again says the couch is very comfy. The couch is very, very comfy. It is. It's very comfy. Dead Blaze Johnson says, stomping them out, Afro Elite, my dude. Truth and facts. Nothing but love, fam. Nothing but love, family. Thank you, family. Thank you. Thank you. Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Absolutely. Every day, all day. Maya says, they can cry those taco tears all they want. We don't care. We ain't care. No. All of that. I can't believe this. No, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. You're actually making me mad. You're making me mad. You're irritating me. Stop doing that. That's how I feel. Stop. No, please. All of the cry. You look disgusting. You have an ugly cry. It's making me mad. Please stop. Please stop. Or else I'm gonna call ICE on you. If you don't stop crying, I'm gonna call ICE. That's the new. You gonna get a whooping. You know how your parents be all like, if you don't stop crying, I'm gonna get that belt. If you don't stop crying, I'm gonna get ICE. ICE is around the corner. You know how you would act up, and your mama would be all like, "Okay, wait till your daddy get home. If you keep acting up, I'm gonna call your daddy." You know how your mama would get like that. I'm gonna tell your daddy, and you already know your pop's kid at home. She tell him, you gonna get a whooping. Oh, no. That's how we act. We all hey. ICE is around the corner. I can get ICE. I can get ICE. You keep playing. That's how I am. And that's how I am with it. Hey, hold you what? Hold on. Yes, Ice. Yeah, don't move. He's making a run for it. You better come. Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, I'm on that type of time now. Okay. Instead of pulling out, you know how they have like a Mexican standoff. Instead of pulling out a damn gun, hold on. What? You said what? Ice. I got him right here. You know that man. Come on, don't play with me. I'm quick with it. I'm Ice on the phone right now. I'm quick. I have no sympathy at all. My sympathy is done. It's over with. FBA Justice says those anti-black people have years to years. People have years to with President Trump and ICE, and I could not be more pleased. Oh yeah, me too. I'm glad. Now I want y'all to keep this in mind. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I didn't. Donald Trump wasn't providing reparations, so I wasn't voting without that. Okay, that was my requirement. All right. For Donald Trump, hey, I needed that. But I'm glad y'all did. I'm so glad y'all did. So glad. Shout out to my good brother Clarence for the cash shop. I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. So when they want to talk about some Black and Brown Coalition, y'all show them this live stream. Y'all show them the receipts. Because now we finally just accept the fact that y'all didn't want one. Y'all didn't want one. It's okay. Y'all didn't want one. It's fine. But I'm going to tell y'all something. Karma was going to come for y'all eventually. And to be honest, y'all getting off real easy. Y'all better pipe down. Y'all getting off real easy. Y'all only getting sent home. Y'all don't want to really piss us off now. Y'all really don't want to piss us off. Because we can turn up on y'all, to be honest, and we would be well within our rights to do so. Don't piss us off. Don't do it. Don't try it. Don't do that. It's not wise. Family, we started late, but we still in, and we got like 1,400 people in here. We just been breaking records all week long. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Let me see something real quick, because I almost want to do it. We did it so much the other day. I don't know. I almost want to do it. I don't know. We already on here for 2 something. Now we're not gonna be on here for another 2 hours, but I want to ask y'all a question, because we just cooking with grease tonight. Do you guys? I would only do it for maybe about 30, maybe 40 minutes, because we got a little time. Do you guys want to call in? If y'all want to call in, if we got, y'all already got the emojis up. Oh my God, I didn't even say the word. And y'all already got the emojis up. Come on. I didn't even get it out. And there's a time delay. He was already pressing the button before I even said it. Oh my goodness. Y'all want to call in? If y'all want to call in, let me know. We can set that up. We'll set that up. If y'all want to call in, we're not going to be on here for another 2 hours, y'all. We ain't going to be on here for another 2 hours. I'm trying to tell y'all that. So I'm going to put a timer. On everybody. Hold on. Because the other day, now we did have some interesting calls. Hold on. Let me take this back. We had some interesting calls the other time. So I allow some of the other callers to kind of go a little bit longer than what needed to happen. Let me, my number. Got to put some more damn funds on the account, but it's okay. Add funds. Hold on. We exceeded it. I'm not going to be on here. I'm telling y'all right now, I am not going to be on here for another 2 hours. We are not going to do another 4-hour stream. And I'm saying that right now. We might do another 4-hour stream. I don't know. It depends. But let me set this up, y'all, because I know y'all want it. So I got to give it to y'all. I know y'all want it. We got to do this the right way. Hold on. Let me see. Copy. I'm setting it up right now. That's what I'm about to do. Set this up right now. Pressing the wrong buttons. That's what I'm doing. I need to stop doing that. As I'm getting this ready, I need y'all to hit that call button, to hit that like button. See, I'm already messing up. Okay. Okay, we good. I was wondering why that was there. Okay, so we up here. Let me put the thing on the thing and put the thing on the thing. You got to put the thing on the thing so you know. The number is 949 381 0044. That's 949 381 0044. We will do 2 minutes. The callers, y'all got 2 minutes, man. Y'all got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Come on, we cannot do no whole. Please, get to it. And I know y'all got a lot to say, so I'm letting y'all do it. But like, we can't afford to do that. We can't afford to keep it up like that. Not no more. Now we can't. Pull this up on the screen. Hold on. Take this down. I'm gonna turn my audio on, so we good. We Gucci now. Here we go. Here we go. Caller from area code 971. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
This is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon, Afro Elite. How you doing this evening?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm not going to be too long, but the words of Paul Mooney, he says, "Wake up, nigga." Because, he was prophetic back in his day. He saw this coming, and they got their biggest wake-up call. And I personally think they're going too light, to be honest with you. They're crying over this. They ain't gone through nothing yet. They about to find out. And, they're the ones who didn't say anything when George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin.
Mm-hmm.
I still think about him. I think about that lady in the council who said, "Well, I don't owe you guys any reparations," stuff like that. It's that type of entitlement and disrespect that she didn't say anything when they're getting free stuff and free Medi-Cal. So, let them eat their own shit, and let them kick rocks, It's nothing personal. There's nothing racial about it. We have friends among different races, but as a group, no. I'm sitting my ass down, and I'm letting let them do their thing. Let them do their thing, and that's it.
Yeah. Can't do nothing but respect that.
Yeah.
We minding our own business.
Minding my own black ass own business. Sure.
Absolutely.
I'm
Appreciate you, Jacoby.
Yep.
All right. That's my good brother Jacoby. And now let me get to Ms. Nisi. I already know this is Ms. Nisi on the phone. Ms. Nisi, how you doing?
I'm fine, Apple. Can everybody hear me?
You already know. I didn't even ask for the area code. I'm all like, hey, Ms. Nisi. How you doing, Ms. Nisi?
I'm fine. Listen, we'll make it quick. I hope you are part of the Discord. Check out Torian Rain's Discord. He dropped a link on an article that Kid Gravity did a short live earlier this evening. Donald Trump did a reverse Uno on his cult. So check it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I saw something like that, but I am going to have to check it out a little bit further to get some more details.
Well, like I said, Torian posted it in his Discord.
Okay. All right.
All right. You be blessed, baby.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. All right. Let me get you next caller. Caller from area code 720. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
B1 salute, Afro Elite. This is Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Prima out of Denver, Colorado.
All right, what's on your mind, brother?
I got Latino fatigue. I'm so sick of these damn Latinos wanting us to put the cape on for them. Then they get the memo, like 6 years ago, the cape is off. We're not caping for you other groups no more. You can hold your own nuts, your own chalupa, your own burrito, and your own taco. We got our own issues to worry about. Y'all sitting up here displacing us, helping with the gentrification. I'm in Denver, Colorado. We've been gentrified out of our communities. These Latinos, we got a majority Latino city council. They ain't doing nothing for us. They had 3 days of Cinco de Mayo. We only get 1 day of Juneteenth out here. So, like I said, y'all can hold your own nuts. We're not doing it no more. There's never been no black and brown unity. We're going to take the words of Felix Perino, and this is y'all problem. Y'all deal with it. Y'all want to come over here illegally. Y'all want us to condone that. We're not condoning that. And for you mothers keep talking about, oh, we can get deported. Where the hell are they going to deport us to? We are the foundation of this country, the original people of this nation.
Mm-hmm.
We built this country that y'all freeloading and eating off of us from. So y'all ain't deporting us nowhere. And we just gonna continue to mind our own FBA business. So make sure y'all check out Frontline Black News. Peace.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your call. Hey, that's real talk. They've been saying for months. They've been saying for months they're gonna deport us and have not given a single place. We ain't heard of one case of a foundational Black American getting deported. Now, getting detained, if you're prohibiting ICE from coming in or whatever the case may be, you will be detained and then let right back out. But getting deported, who? Name a FBA. Not somebody who, oh, well, I was born here, so I'm a citizen. No, a FBA, not no anchor baby, FBA who's been deported. Name one. Okay. Caller from area code 657. You're on live. What is your name and where you calling from? Yeah, his value was a little bit low, but I heard him.
Afro Elite, man. This D, man, out of LA, man. Let me give you some insight. What's going on? The update.
All right.
Afro Elite, man. FBA family. I have some Sambo LA podcasters to report. Yeah, they down there, man. With their Mexican flags sitting up there, Sambo and parading and charading down there, and some of them is getting hemmed up against the wall and getting took into custody, man. You know, we got LA podcaster Old Man Slim with his Sambo jigaboo ass, Goofy. We got Smack and T-Rail with their Sambo ass and all that, caping for caping for access to sexual sex with the Latino chicks. All these weirdos. So you got other LA podcasters calling them out though, Afro Elite. They know that the city council was anti-Black and racist towards us and trying to, redline us on housing, jobs, and economics and everything like that. They know better than that, so they getting called out. So we flushing them out and exposing them, and letting them know we drawing our line in the sand. Yeah. Everything is going as planned, man. In fact, man, if they can sign up some FBAs, man, to do some cleaning up with the ICE, I would personally volunteer because I've been out here all my life and I know how these anti-Blacks get down. My whole community, where I'm from, we never got along with the Latino community, and we always had a large portion of the city, and they stayed on the other side of the city, and they know if they get caught lacking where we was at, we was waxing that ass. So, they brought this anti-Blackism to the game, and we're going to stand 10 toes FBA firm in the ground. That's just a little report, but be one.
Black first, brother. Appreciate you. Look, they don't want to mess around and have no voluntary ICE. They don't want to mess around and have that because Trump ain't going to need the military if FBA step in. If FBA step in and say, hey, I got a nice check for y'all. Oh, it's over with. It's over with. Call from area code 31310. What's on your mind? What's your name and where you calling from?
B1 is Marcus.
Mark, brother. What's where you calling from, bro?
B1 is Marcus. This Marcus from DC, actually.
Oh. What's on your mind?
Okay, basically, Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson.
You got to watch it.
Mhm.
It's prophetic. It literally talks about, now in this video he made, it looks like it was done in the 90s. He's literally talking about everything as it happens today. Everything. It's on YouTube, Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson.
Absolutely. Shout out to
Prophetic.
Dr. Claude Anderson. If we was on his type of time long ago, we wouldn't even be having these problems, honestly. If we would have listened
Bruh,
to him
that
when he
part.
first started preaching, we would have reparations by now. If we're gonna be honest, because we're finally starting to get on that type of time. If we was on that type of time at this point in time, 2025, we'd be good. We'd be good at that point. But you know,
It's going to send
just a minute
chills
to
up your
understand
spine.
that.
Watch that video.
I'll check it out, brother. Thank you. Shout
Hold
out.
on, check this out. You said I got 2 minutes.
Oh yeah. All right. Oh, I thought you was done. Okay.
Dear black people, we need to form a permanent interest party.
Mm-hmm. How would you propose
I'll
we
land
do
my
that?
plane.
What have you thought about that? Have
Okay,
you
well,
talked to other
basically,
people about that?
yes, absolutely. We need to form a permanent interest party. Basically, I look at it this way. I don't care if you, as long as you black, I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care if you're independent. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're Green Party, whatever, or other. We all have one thing in common. If you're darker than me and you got everything going for you, or if you're light enough to pass as white and you broke as a joke, we both can drive down the same dark road and we both got a 50-50 chance of surviving getting pulled over. We base everything off of that factor. And it's that serious. And we put those most pertinent things before, and we say Republican candidate, Democratic candidate, you're going to run for president. If you want the black vote, we know y'all don't care about us. We don't care about y'all either. If you want the black vote, here's our list of demands. We need tangibles. No emotional, just tangibles. And
Yes,
whoever
sir.
does that, that's who we give the vote to. And we run that all the way up. We start from ombudsman. We go to city council. I don't care if you're running for sheriff, judgeship. I don't care, whatever, anything that requires a vote. What is their agenda for black people? And if they fit the description on our demands, then they get the black vote. We vote as a block, as a collective, based on that criteria. And we run that all the way up to the presidential level.
I agree. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Right on.
It'll stick on.
B1.
Be on code. B1, brother. Thank you. All right. Got to be on code. We're getting politically sophisticated, and that's a good thing. Caller from area code 347. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's up? My name's Sean. What's going on?
I'm good, brother. Where you calling from, Sean?
Oh, I'm calling from New York City.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Trump town. No, I'm listening to you, man. I'm just getting basically a black West Coast perspective, because in New York City, it's a little bit different in a relationship with us in the Latino community. I want to actually just call you to thank you for giving me a perspective that I never saw, because in New York, we kind of like vibe with them, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that it's guys like you that put this out there, because we on the East Coast, we didn't notice this kind of stuff was happening, because we in New York, you know, we had our, you know, like all the schools we live in the same neighborhood, we live in the same building, we break bread with everybody. So I'm like actually really disappointed in only in the way that things are. In a sense, I mean, I'm glad you educated me
Mm-hmm.
in what's going on, but I'm disappointed because if you notice the history of this country, of course, we've been discriminated against more than everybody else. And then the people that's being discriminated against are even discriminated against each other. And that's making it like I guess the KKK types, you know, like proud that we got them divided, so it's easy to conquer them. That's what I'm disappointed about. Because I heard in the West, like in New York, for example, Bloods and Crips, are black, Puerto Rican, and some white, and some neither or. But in the West Coast, it's totally different. And I was like, wow. I'm glad, like guys like you. There's another guy named Supreme something that's educating me on stuff like that, because I'm glad that I'm learning it. But it's like the more I hear about it, the more disappointed I become. Because in the Deep South, in my own family, because I'm an FBA, we lived in the South near a white hospital, and my grandparents couldn't even go there because they was black, and you couldn't go there if you was Latino or anything else. And I'm just disappointed that we're kind of at each other's throats like that, in a sense. You know, I'm just trying to give you, because on the East Coast it's a little different. And I respect you. I respect, and I'm glad that there's guys like you and your fan base around to give me another perspective, to be like, wow, I didn't even really see that. Like that hit me like, that's almost like me and you are fighting with each other. And then we don't really see the real enemy coming. That's kind of what the West Coast reminds me about. Because Trump don't like us either.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna say there's a common behavior among the Hispanic community, whether that's in California, Chicago, New York. In New York, there's a lot because you guys are more closely related as far as living next to each other, whatever the case is. That can breed a lot of confusion, because what they're doing is that allow them to kind of cosplay as somewhat fellow blacks. Like, for instance, the Fat Joes or whatever the case is, the J-Los or whatever the case is. So they're less openly hostile as they are in LA. LA, they're damn near openly hostile. They're damn near like Aryans in LA. In New York, they're just a little bit more sneaky, but they come in and they kind of elbow you out of the conversation. They will come in and they will participate and do all of this stuff. And then next thing you know, when the spotlight gets shined on you, they start pushing you out the way. For instance, look at Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? When the spotlight is starting to get highlighted on hip hop in a positive way, because for the longest, hip hop has always been seen as a street and negative thing. The second hip hop was starting to be seen as a culturally rich, positive thing. Here comes Fat Joe. Oh, you know, Puerto Ricans. It was really Puerto Ricans the whole time who did it. Oh, no. You got to give us our credit. Here comes him trying to colonize. All right. So you got the friendly colonizer versus the very open colonizer, like the fox and the wolf. So that's kind of like how it is with the Hispanics, whether that's in LA or in New York. But
yeah, but it's right. That's true. Right.
But
that's true.
Yeah, but I appreciate your call, brother. I got more callers. Definitely got to get you.
All right, yeah, it's good. Like I said, keep up your West Coast version of FBA, because I'm learning a lot. I'm listening to you probably all night. But peace.
Peace, brother. Peace.
All right.
Well, I mean, said West Coast version. I'm technically in the Midwest, and I think this is a national thing, but all right. Calling from area code 626. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Peace. I'm audible, right? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me? I'm audible? Okay, perfect. My name is VV, aka the Vex Vagabond of the Vile Vagrant. As you can see, where the area code that I'm calling from, I rep it my whole life. 91803-626, aka San Gabriel Valley. So you know that I got a lot to say coming through from there as a Afrocentric male, FBA all day. I was raised in the 2000s in San Gabriel Valley, and I have some points that I actually like to speak on real quick. So number one, when they're doing these videos talking about, oh, the kids. Well, when I was as early as 5 years old, I was getting my hair touched by Latino kids, and they were always, as early as 5 years old, they were calling me the N-word. As soon as I get a little bit earlier, like 8, then you start getting the mayate and all other type of stuff, right? I was spit on. Because when it came down to the FBA gangs and stuff like that, like when I'm in South Central when I'm in South Central, by the time I get to my teens, they're going to, jump me. But I never got spit on by no fellow FBA. I get spit on. I remember one dude named Randy, some fat ass dude. Randy gonna spit on me. And then there was one half black Latino guy called Dreon. He was a Sereno. And he was telling me one time at a high school party, he was like, yo, be glad that you're black. Be glad that you're black because I'm half black and I can't get on in this gang because of the fact that I'm half black. So they're never going to let me move up. I didn't understand what the hell he was saying because he was drunk. And I didn't know about the culture like that so much because the thing about Latinos is that they always are constantly trying to get you to learn, they always are constantly trying to tell you like, yo, you got to learn the language and stuff like that. You got to learn their conquistador language and stuff like that. But they never even open the door for you to learn the language. As early as 15 years old, I'm living in a Latina girl's house that was like my girlfriend a little bit. And her grandma at a picnic gonna call me a miyate and say that I don't belong there and stuff like that. Cause a whole scene. I have a Mexican sister. I have a Mexican sister because my pops, you know what I mean? He got around. He was a boomer. She don't even talk with me because we don't share a Latino parent. Also, on top of that, I wanted to also mention that my mother, she's native, right? So, and she's a boomer too. She grew up in East Los Angeles. So I know that this isn't the topic right now, but I do also want to state that, like, yeah, it's messed up how like the trauma that she went through growing up in East Los in the 60s onward. She was like, yo, she hated my pops so much that she decided to raise me and my sibling in San Gabriel Valley so that we can have a similar experience being around anti-black racists in the 2000s. And I want to talk about the East Coast as well, too. Caribbeans, they're just better at code switching in the East Coast. That's all it is. I've been up and down Florida for the past 4 years. I've been up and down New York, PA, all that. They're just better at code switching. But they'll let you know, the Puerto Ricans, the people from Dominican Republic, the people from Cuba, they still hold the same anti-black sentiments. It's just they're better at code switching, and they have a little bit, and they acknowledge their history, their native history more so with their native Afro indigenous tribes like the Tainos. You know what I mean? They acknowledge that. The ICE
And you got to
report.
think.
I want to talk
Let
about.
me just add this for the sake of time too. With the caller from New York, you have to think people will adjust differently based off of their population size. So in California, if you have you got some close to about what, like 4 something plus million people, and there's a very small percentage of black people that live in California, they're going to feel way more emboldened and powerful because they have the numbers. In New York, they have a lot of numbers, but they don't have the number to really run everything like they do in California. So they got to adjust and be a lot more friendly, because if they push, they're going to get a lot more pushback than if in LA, if they push and they're going to get it, So it's them adjusting to their environment. But as far as the mentality goes, it's still the same regardless, because it's coming from their homeland.
I do have to interject, Afro Elite, and I have to say that going from all through the East Coast, they do actually have heavy numbers. The Caribbeans do have heavy numbers. The Caribbean Latinos, they do have heavy numbers. So,
the Caribbean
they don't
Latinos,
really, the Cubans, the people from DR, Puerto Rico, but they still act the same way. It's just, they're just a little bit more friendlier. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's still anti-black. It's still anti-black sentiments. Like, they're not gonna. I don't understand what's up with these brothers chasing after this the Latino Punani, the Latina Punani and everything like that. Man, they ain't gonna mate with you unless if you speak Spanish. And if you do get with them, they're not willing to teach you the language.
I'm gonna let you land.
Okay, I'm gonna land. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the ICE reports now. People, you guys have to be about it. I've been all throughout this nation since I've been homeless and pushed out of LA. So right now, currently, I'm in KCK doing labor work and everything like that. The matter of fact, Afro Elite, I'm gonna hit you on the email. I'm actually a journalist. Like, I've written in Brooklyn and written in Wichita before, so I'm gonna get at you. It's gonna be gmx.us email,
Okay,
and I want to see if you can connect me because I got through you through Phil Scott.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna hit you on the email. But
Appreciate
yeah, y'all put in those ICE reports. Peace to your audience. I'll be listening to the rest of the broadcast and check for that email. Peace, Afro Elite.
All right, peace, brother. Thank you. All right. as far as the thing goes when it comes to the Hispanics and all that stuff, no, they're gonna adjust very differently. They're gonna adjust differently based off of where they are in the environment and what they can and can't get away with. And let's be honest, there's a lot of immigrants, but let's be honest, the black Hispanics, because let's be honest, the Haitians and all of the Caribbean, the Caribbeans are really Latino. If you they're really like Afro Latinos to a degree, to be honest. The Dominicans and all of that stuff. So they embrace their Afro side more than the Mexicans do necessarily. Okay, because there's different levels to it. So in New York, they're gonna act a little bit different. They're gonna act sneakier, like the fox, versus in California, they can blatantly act like the wolf. So that's kind of the real difference right there. Because there's a different power dynamic in those different cities. Caller from area code 213. You're on live. What's your name and where you call it from?
Yes, McKinley from Los Angeles. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Excellent. Yeah. 67 years old, and I'm sitting here and I'm listening to y'all, and I'm realizing that the main problem is everybody keeps saying Latino, 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 like it's a race of people. Latino is an ethnic group. What happened was the Mexican American wasn't big enough to outnumber FBA. The Cuban American wasn't big enough, the Puerto Rican. So what we gonna do is we gonna put them all in a group and call them Latinos, because when we put them in that group, they're more than FBA. Do you understand what I'm saying, my man? Because I'm 67. I remember when all of us was talking about stop acting black. Yo, dog, yo, homie, yo, my nigga, I can say nigga because I'm a Latino. I ain't white. This is my Latino heritage. Ask any one of those so-called Latinos that they would tell you the music from the 70s is their music. We just sing it. Because I had one tell me that to my face. See? Do you understand what I'm saying, my man?
I'm hearing you, yep.
The problem is that y'all living up to what they want you to live up to by calling them Latino instead of telling them, hey man, stop acting black. If you tell them to stop acting black, because that's what I'll tell them in a minute. I don't believe in no person that imitates me and then tells me that you ain't imitating me when everything I do, everything I say, and so on and so forth. Because like I said, I'm 67. I was there when we was used to say, stop acting black. And the white man told him, you ain't acting black, you're acting like a Latino. That's your heritage. And now they got y'all youngsters calling them Latinos when the Latino is not real. Black is a race. Black is a race. There's two races, black and white. And everything else is the offspring of blackness. That Latino stuff, every time I hear y'all say that, I just like, wow, man. If you tell them what they is, they gonna get mad because you telling them the truth. Stop acting black.
Okay, if they're not black, are they white? Are you saying they're white?
Yeah, they're white. Bro, there's only two races. Let me explain something to you, my brother, so you get a total understanding. They call themselves what they are, mankind. Mankind will get wet and smell like dog, just like they will. All of them will. The Orientals, they will get wet and smell like dog. And they also, like some tick, will stick to them. While they sit around talking about how we stink, the main reason they say that we stink is that you go a week without a shower. Me, go a week without a shower. We both gonna be funky, but our funk is not gonna be the same. You have your funk, I'm gonna have my funk. They, on the other hand, all gonna smell the exact same like wet dog. And they gonna tell you, get your stinking ass out of here, because you don't smell like wet dog.
Okay.
I'm just saying, bro.
Now,
they all white.
Let me just say, as far as the Latino, you're right. Latino is not a race. He's correct. You are correct. Latino is not a race. The reason why I think, or the reason why I'm doing it, I can speak for myself. The reason why I'm doing it when I say Latino or Hispanic, because these are Latino means it refers to individuals that come from Latin America. okay, Latin speaking, or
My brother, I'm trying to tell you
so that
is not it.
no,
I
brother,
told you what they
hold
did.
on, hold on. So the reason why we do that is because when we call out certain things, they'll be all like, hold on, that's not us, that's the Dominican. Hold on, that's not us, that's the Cubans. Hold on, that's not us, that's the Mexicans, that's the El Salvadorians. Hold on, that's not us. And they get to play the pass the potato or whatever. They
But
get to play the hot potato thing. Now, Latin,
But do you hear what you said a minute ago? You said
Latino,
Afro. You said Afro Latino, my brother. Do you what you said? You said Afro Latino. It's a black man. It's. I hear people say Afro Mexican. What do you mean Afro Mexican? You mean a black Mexican who wears an afro? Is that what you're saying? Because see, I'm tired of this. Y'all calling these white people Mexicans, and if you black, you ain't a Mexican. You are Afro Mexican. You a black Mexican that wears an afro.
So,
see, that's what I keep trying to make.
What makes, sir? And let me ask you a question. What makes somebody white?
Leprosy. When Moses pulled his hand out, it was covered with leprosy. 2 Kings 5:27. Naaman, Naaman, he went in pure black, and came out covered with leprosy, head to toe. And after that, him and his descendants will be covered with leprosy. That's where whiteness began, with leprosy. But don't nobody want to see it, but I'm the one who see it. One more time. It begins with leprosy. It's a curse. And they know what it is because it's in the same book they read, but they don't let y'all see it because y'all read in the Bible. I read the exact same book, but I read it as what they call itself, the book of life.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, you're saying that there's two races and they're white or whatever. Now, let me ask you guys. Now, let me ask you, are there Afro or black people who are from the Hispanic countries, these Hispanic countries?
Okay. Carlos Cuervo Marquez, a historian.
And for the sake of time,
I'm telling you, bro, I'm trying to tell you. You just interrupt me from telling you. I'm trying to tell you. Carlos Cuervo Marquez, a historian, made it plain and simple that North and South America was a Negro continent. All the statues show black people.
Okay.
One more time. I'm
you're saying that they're all white. That, and you're saying it's a Negro continent, so I'm trying to get some continuity. Because if they're all white and you're saying that they're calling them Afro Latinos is messed up, when we're saying Latino is not a race. By calling somebody Latino, that's pretty much designating where they come from, where they stem from. Is not really a race thing, is really a regional thing. Because you can be an Afro Latino or you can be a white.
One more time.
You can also really be an
What's
Asian.
wrong with Puerto Rican? Well, my brother, I grew up, you Puerto Rican American, you Bolivian American, you Cuban American. What are you talking about? I'm saying the exact same thing you doing, but I'm not going to put them in a group so that they can outnumber the black man. That's the reason they put them in a group, to make y'all put them people in a group. I didn't grow up with a group of Latinos. I grew up with the Cuban American, the Mexican American, the Puerto Rican American, so that they would stay in their spot. They ain't in their spot now, and that's why they challenging y'all, because y'all making sure that they stay in their group that's bigger than y'all, as they imitate everything y'all do.
Here's the thing. You're right about they're not all the same. But as far as their relationship to black people, you don't see much of a difference. That's a distinction without a difference. When we talk about how in Brazil, Nazis fled to Brazil, Nazis also fled to other places in South America. And when it comes to their relationship with black people, the Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, none of these people, all of these people hate their own blackness. So that's like saying, let's disaggregate the white people. Let's not put Italians and Irish and Polish and German people all together. We got to disaggregate them. Yeah, you can disaggregate them, and I do see the logic in disaggregating them at some point in time, but they're all white when it comes to our relationship with them. So when I'm talking about Latinos, I'm talking about they're all Latinos as far as our relationship with them is concerned. And I'm not trying to say that make them a bigger number, but as far as our relationship with people from Latin descent, we all have the same relationship. Just like when
you ain't say, I don't never hear you saying black.
You know what I'm saying?
What about the black? What about the black Americans? You don't say black Americans, you say Afro Americans. No, they're black people from South America that wear afros. You see what I'm saying? When you say black, then you put them in the proper perspective.
You said we don't say Black American, we say Afro American?
No, I said South Americans, all of Brazil. Okay, matter of fact, let me go back. Let me go back to when I heard you say something about Nazi. Do you know where Nazi started from? Do you know where that started from, my brother?
Brother,
you say something about the Nazis?
This conversation. I got more callers on the line, brother, and because then we're going to go down a rabbit hole about the Nazis and all of that stuff. We're talking about specifically Latin America or people of Latin descent, people who are from Latin descent in their relationship to Black America. So that's why we're putting them together like that.
But it's only two races over there. While you keep acting like it's not two races, you keep saying Latino.
I'm not saying, sir. I'm not saying Latino is a
race.
race.
When you say Afro, you immediately separate my black brothers from whatever country. You see what I'm saying? You ain't saying a black Brazilian. You saying an Afro Brazilian. He's not. He's a black Brazilian that wears an afro.
That's 100% the same thing. If I say an Afro Brazilian, that I'm not saying it's a Brazilian with an afro. I'm saying
black, my brother. He's black, my brother. He's black. That's the part I keep saying.
Sir,
everybody keep acting.
If I say black is just somebody is an Afro Latino, that is the equivalent of saying somebody is a black Latino. That's
why can't you just say black, bro? Because you still giving glory to Latino. You ain't understanding what I'm saying. You giving glory to the word Latino. That's why That's why they acting like they acting. Because y'all keep giving them glory by calling them a Latino.
Categorizing them based off of where they stem from. That's not giving them glory. If they are from a Latin country, and
when you say the word Latino, my brother,
from a Latin,
you do not.
If they
you
are,
do not distinguish Latino to use the Afro.
Hold on. If they're from a Latin country and they are a descendant,
you say Afro.
From a
you
Latin
call him Afro when he's black, but you don't say that for the white man. That's the part I'm talking about.
Their region is, and I say Afro to separate the fact that, or to categorize them even further to give more specificity as to their racial.
So why don't you say straight hair Latino then? So if you're gonna go by hairstyle, why don't you say straight hair Latino?
Sir, you need to stop. Just by saying Latino, that's not giving the enough distinction as to their racial category. All right, because of all of the
black and white, my brother. Y'all making it difficult.
That's why we're saying.
I sit here and I watch y'all how y'all make it difficult.
What would be the difference if we said Afro Latino versus Black Latino, or Afro Cuban versus Black Cuban? What would really be the difference?
Because you putting a hairstyle on somebody instead of putting them in their race.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You have no problem.
Afro was more than just.
Bro, you have no problem putting. You keep saying they want to be white, and you making them white when you say Latino. When you say Latino, the only reason they Latino, in 1990, that word did not exist, my brother. I keep telling you, I'm 67. In 1990, that word did not exist.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. You have a good one.
Thank you too, my brother. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Man. Look. And let me tell y'all something before we get to the next caller, and we're going to get to the next caller. I appreciate y'all. We got a lot more callers online. I appreciate y'all. This is something we go through when we overcomplicate things. The reason why we categorize different people and put these people in a category according to their relationship with us is because that simplifies everything. We're not going to get everywhere when people keep unnecessarily overcomplicating things. Latino by definition means people from a Latin country, people who descend from a Latin country. You can be a white Latino, an Asian Latino, even not too many of them, but there are Asian Latinos. There are also Black Latinos, which we refer to as Afro Latino, Black Latino, semantics. But Latino is not a race. So he's saying you're making them white. I'm not making them white. Latino is not a race. By me specifying by Afro Latino, that's me specifying the fact that Latino is not a race. And all of this overcomplication and everything like that is going to get us nowhere. But if you want to call them Black Latino instead of Afro Latino, go ahead. But it's not going to make a difference. Caller from area code 773. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
B1, this is Kevin. I'm calling from Chicago.
Kevin,
and
brother,
I'd just like to say the first thing first, identity politics is dead. We got to keep these boule politicians out of office and start voting for more grassroots people that's capable of holding office, because before we can start identifying anybody else outside of our race that's a harm or a threat to us, the ones that look like us, that is a part of our race, is more of a danger and a threat than anyone else.
Yeah, that's true. You got to circle the wagons.
Okay.
You always got to
And
make sure
then,
everybody on the inside is straight first.
yeah, so it's basically like we got to do our own house cleaning first, but it's good to see that everybody's starting to recognize and identify all the other ethnic groups and races and how they stand against us. I just hate the fact that I felt like I seen it years before everybody started talking about it. I'm glad you brought up the video about the women in the car back in 2020. There's still a plethora of videos on YouTube about what happened in 2020 when they had those riots with the George Floyd thing. And it was really getting hot. It was really getting hot. And they really didn't want a full out gang war between the Latinos and the blacks. But a lot of people that's tuned in to the podcast tonight, even when the show is over with, y'all can feel free to type in Hispanic or Mexican versus Black 2020 in Chicago. And you see a whole bunch of more videos, terrifying videos of people telling their stories that was caught up in it, in the middle of all that. That's basically all I gotta say. I mean, it's like I said, you know, the politicians is the one that allow all this to happen. Everything that's happening in LA, everything happening in Chicago, that's spreading across the country right now, is a result of failed liberal policies.
That's true. And I
And
think
these
we're
are
doing
the
a good
these
job.
are the
We are doing a good job. That's why Brandon Johnson is not in favor. No, you can't find a black person in Chicago who likes Brandon Johnson. You can't find one.
no,
Because now
but
we're
you know what?
now
There's a
we're
mega church.
starting to see things differently now.
There's a mega church down the street from me, and this pastor and this congregation is full of these people wearing these Greek leather jackets and everything, and they got buku money, and they're buying up property crazy over here on the east side. They have a very strong supporter base for the mayor, because I've seen the mayor over here twice since he's been in office. And these are the people that support him, the people with the money. But if you realize the lesson learned in all that, even if they have the money and the financial backing, look at the 2024 election. You had a bunch of sorority sisters come out to support Kamala Harris and came up with all those millions in less than a week. The money means nothing compared to the grassroots, because there's more grassroots people, more numbers of grassroots people who have not been to college that outnumber these people. These are the votes that you need for people to get into office, not the money. And that 2024 election proves
that,
that.
brother.
It proves that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's my Chicago brother. Thank you very much.
I don't know, like, okay, well, that's it. I'm gonna let everybody else get a chance to call, but that was just one of the few points that I wanted to make.
Thank you. I appreciate your call. Appreciate your support. All right. Okay. Caller from area code 216. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Antithesis calling from the couch in Valdosta, Georgia. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. What's on your
I'm
mind?
gonna be very, very brief. Very, very brief. One of these things about these Latinos, one thing they're gonna figure out is that they're getting their Negro wake-up call right now, and they'll realize somewhere down the line that the white man's ice is much colder. but we're not coming to throw them out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll land my plane right there. Keep doing your thing, and I got your back 100%. You have a good evening.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. My good brother Antithesis. Appreciate you. Like always. Caller from area code 229. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey man, this Ramesses calling out of Valdosta, Georgia as well. How y'all doing?
We good, brother. What's on your mind?
Look, man, I don't know what the hell was wrong with this old ass nigga that was talking that bull. Look, man, this should have been stopped at Trayvon Martin. We should have took action then. By us not taking action, that opened the door. These people think we saw. And they're going to continue on to disrespect us until we stand up.
They do. We've been exploited. We have. We've been exploited because we have taught ourselves to believe that anybody who's quote unquote marginalized views oppression the same way we view it, as a system that needs to be dismantled. We couldn't comprehend a marginalized group of people going alongside of a oppressive system. We couldn't comprehend that because we were never that. You understand what I'm saying? So now we're starting to wake up and smell the coffee, so to speak, about how everybody else is and what their relationship and desire is. Like I'm saying throughout the entire live stream, I'm saying you can only have an alliance if y'all have the same agenda, if y'all have the same end goal. How you gonna have an alliance? You want to go right, they want to go left.
That is true. But at the same time, we got these older niggas. They sitting back, being docile, man. I'm 46 years old, man.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up fighting white supremacy all my life, from prison to the streets. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When I was locked up, man, look, we put bullshit aside and we got active with these white folks. You know what I'm saying? From Aryans to Ghostface. So,
and I'm pretty sure
we have to do the same thing
too, because this channel doesn't promote violence. I'm just letting that be known. It was in self-defense, I'm sure.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, my people, my lineage, look, just keep your power tools ready, bro. Just keep your power tools ready and be ready to be active. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Stay ready.
And I'm going to land my plane there.
All right.
I'm going to land my plane there.
Thank you, brother. Yep, stay ready. You won't have to get ready. Caller from area code 501. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
This is Buku from Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been listening to everything that's said. And the young man that just got off the phone there, I want to say one thing. All of us so-called old folks out here wasn't docile. I was putting in work back in the 60s as a child in the streets when the civil rights movement was going on. I'm going to move on from that. One thing I want to say, any of the Hispanic folks that's listening, we don't owe you anything. You weren't out there in the streets during the 60s with us. You waited till the smoke cleared, then you came out. Same thing during the George Floyd movement. You might have had a sprinkle up out there, just like you got a sprinkle of Coon Sambos out there with them now. But we don't owe you anything. You've been disrespectful. You've said a bunch of derogatory comments online, calling us niggers, monkeys, and anything else that you could think of. All type of disparaging remarks. You harmed our kids. I can't understand why George Zimmerman is still walking around.
Mm-hmm.
And you think we're going to come out and help you all after all the derogatory stuff that you said online, and then they have the audacity to make these videos like you think you're threatening us or you're trying to shame us. It is not going to work. What you're going to do is piss us off even more, and we're going to double down on it. And one thing I want to do before I go, I want to give a shout out as a former Marine, the 2nd Battalion, 7 Marines, get some, hoorah. And I'm going to land my plane right there. You have a good evening, brother. And I like what you're doing. I'm out.
Thank you. Well, I couldn't agree more. We don't owe nobody a damn thing except an ass whooping. Shout out to Dr. John Henry Clark for that one. Caller from area code 832. Lord, 832. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Afro, it's Regina, born a freedman in the great state of Virginia, but migrated to the great state of Texas and the city of Houston.
What's on your mind, sister?
So all I wanted to say is that I traveled a lot when I was younger in the early 2000s. And like I said, I was born in Virginia. So like the caller from the East Coast said, it's a little different looking Latinos, I'll put it like that, or Caribbean folks. But the racism was still there. When I actually went for work to California, it was such a culture shock. Like I went into a McDonald's and there was a side in English and in Spanish. I've never ever seen anything like that. I actually was like threatened out there by a very big Latino guy, but I was young. I really didn't know. I think they let me pass because I was so green. I've never seen anything like that. Like the racism was out there in the early 2000s, like real bad. And when I came to Houston, it's a little bit more, I would say like disguised, but it could get active. But I think, you know, everywhere in America, everyone has the, you know, the right to carry or the right to bear arms or whatever. Out here, it's like everybody, you know, has something to protect themselves. And I think that's what keeps them from being so, like what I see in LA, like what I see in California is so different than what it is in Houston. But I think it's because Houston is just a little bit more active with the pow violence. Like you said earlier, we don't owe them anything out here. I stand 10 toes down on that. I support ICE shirt. I hope they ask me a question. I be hoping any foreigner ask me the question. I'm gonna tell you why I want you up out of here. But Brother Afro, I appreciate your channel. Keep doing your thing. I support you. To all the family out here, be safe. I love y'all. We need to support each other. And that's it. I'm just so happy to speak to you, Brother Afro. And you have a good night.
Thank you. I appreciate your call and I appreciate your support, sister. You have a good night. Yeah, like I said, like the fact that they have such a huge population out there, it gives them just a population power. So that's why they get to pretty much walk around with a chip on their shoulder in LA that they don't get to have everywhere else. Because the dynamic, whether they're in Houston, whether they're in Chicago, whether they're in New York, is very different. All right. Let me get to caller from area code 816. You're on live. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Yo, what's up, my brother? How you doing, Afro?
I'm good, brother.
It's just Santos right here.
What's your name and where you calling from, bro?
Hey there, this is Santos from KC, middle of the U.S. But yeah, I just had a call come up here and had to let you guys know. Man, I love what you're doing, brother. I ain't got no problem with you guys. I'm Hispanic myself. I got no problems with none of you guys. I think it's kind of stupid what we got going on over here in LA. I got no problems with you guys. I'm Hispanic myself. But yeah, I love what you're doing, but I got no problem with none of you guys. You guys, it's all love, man.
Okay.
I don't think you guys owe us nothing. If anything, we owe you guys. You guys, like I said.
I appreciate. What country is your family from?
So my mom's Mexican. She came over here legally. She came over here illegally. I like I said, I mess with. I like legal. Like I like legal stuff. Like I don't like all that illegal stuff that be going on. My mom came over here legally. Same with most of my family. I don't think none of my family come over here legally. It was all legal. It was all right. I don't think it's right. It's crime. It is.
Okay, all right. And what do you think about slavery reparations for FBA?
If you guys out here, I'll put you on over here with my man. He'll know he'll know a little bit better than me about that. Ask you about reparations.
He hung the phone up. All right. I didn't hang him up. He hung the phone up. But all right, okay. All right then. Caller from area code 215. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Thomas from Atmore, Alabama. And, I grew up in Los Angeles back in the 70s. And I went to Locke High School. And one of my teachers, Mr. Weiner, he said by 1986, he said that area would be overrun with Mexicans. He was a little early. It took a few more years, but California has been overrun. I mean, the whole state is overrun by Mexicans and Latinos. And black politicians were the ones that really helped to facilitate it, and the Democrat Party. And that's one thing I always say, that 99.9% of black politicians are not for us. They are sellouts. They work for either the Republican agenda or the Democrat agenda, and neither one represents us. We're caught in the middle.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, and that needs to change. That definitely needs to change.
Oh, it does.
And it is starting to change. It's starting to change slowly.
I hope
Just
so.
by the fact that Kamala didn't win the election, they're starting to feel the pressure now. I want us to understand we're working there, but they're definitely starting to feel the pressure now. They're starting to take us way more serious than they ever have.
Oh, good. I mean, I hope so. I can't stand to see Jasmine Crockett or Warnock or Clyburn or any of these other sellouts. It's sad. I mean, then you got these black politicians that are running out there trying to get arrested for illegal aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing I have to say is we got to remember, these are not legal people. They're not supposed to be in this country. They are illegal. And a lot of us we kind of get Mexican Americans mixed up with illegal aliens. And they're not supposed to be in this country. They have no right to be here. And so it makes us look bad if we thought what people are not supposed to. It makes us look as invalid as they are.
It does. Like I said, it's not a righteous cause to even fight anyway. I genuinely don't believe in that cause. Because it's not something that we would be doing if we were in Mexico. We wouldn't be doing what they're doing here if we were in their homeland, and they wouldn't be defending it or tolerating it either. So what are we doing? What are we doing? We're trying to sit up there and fight for their right to break the law? No. But thank you, brother. Let me try to get.
Can I say one more thing? I say one more thing?
One more. You got like 10 seconds. Yeah.
Okay. I was the one that brought up Ibrahim Traore. I wanted to say one more thing about him. You read an article about him on the BBC. I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think MSNBC or Fox News will give you a fair article if they're writing about you?
Fox News or MS? No, I don't think so.
The BBC definitely didn't do a fair article on Ibrahim Traore. We can't believe what they said. They hate him in the West.
Oh yeah. I don't think they're fair, but I do. I'm looking at that. Yeah, going back to that. I think he's making a mistake partnering with the Russians, though. They did try to slander him, but any type of partnership with the Russians to that degree where you give the Russians more power than you have over them is not a good partnership. Okay, you don't want to give them more leverage than they deserve or than they've earned. So if he is going that route, I think that is a mistake that I hope he does not make. But thank you.
Well, okay. All right. Thank you now.
All right, thank you. It's a little off subject, but it's all right. Caller from area code 312. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Deco Chief, calling from Chicago, Illinois.
Brother, what's on
Can
your
you
mind?
hear me?
Talk to us.
Oh man, I didn't turn in until you know what I'm saying, a little late in the game, but I know my hands are still singing, man, from applauding you, man, when you asked the young Latino dude how did he feel about reparations, man. You dig what I'm saying? Because you had to ask that. That's what I was calling to talk about. I grew up around a lot of Latinos, man, and you know what I'm saying. I noticed one thing last week. I thought it just hit me. Every single last one of them, at least down there, man. And when I met them, they was calling me Mayates or Chongos. I know every Latin racial term for us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll get into a physical altercation, and then they'll realize they can't win, and they got to live around me and my friends, and we become cool. So over decades, I just forgot that they ever even called me a Mayate. You dig what I'm saying? But as of recently, I'll be talking with them, and I will ask them all how do they feel about reparations. And when I do, they just change up so fast that I instantly remember the day I met them because the racist comes right back out of them. And I've been knew this, you know what I'm saying? As long as when you come in, your numbers are equal with theirs, they're going to be peaceful to you. Or when they come to America and everybody, oh, the Venezuelans cool. They might be cool, but I believe that it's because it's only a few of them, they going to be cool. But when their numbers get up, you're going to see it change. And you're going to see similar things to what I seen when I first met them when I was shorties, man. It's in a culture. I'm very proud of you, Afro Elite. I just can't say nothing else about that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you threw me for a whole whirlwind, how swift you came with how you feel about reparations. You got him too, because he hung up. But you know what I'm saying? All love, brother, man. And I'm gonna be rapping with you soon. What's up, nephew? All right, I'm gonna land my plane, brother.
Appreciate you. Now, all of that, they lazy and all that stuff. They don't believe in hard working, because when they were coming over here getting free rent, free food, free debit cards, free phones, all of that stuff, you didn't hear them call them lazy. You didn't hear them call them lazy, but they gonna call us lazy for reparations. So no. This goes against what I think. Caller, I already know who this is, but what's on your mind, Black? What's on your mind?
Okay, this is good evening to you, Afro. This is Shabaka St. Corey, man. Okay, I grew up in Los Angeles, man. Okay, all right, what Trump is doing is wrong, number one. Okay, number two is with them tearing up Los Angeles, man, go ahead and let them do it. It's not our fight. It's because, remember, in 1992, I lived through that. No justice, no peace. And these sorry black politicians still did not do nothing to address our issues. Look at Karen Bass. Now, Karen Bass, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, sir, is just a figurehead. She don't have the juice like the mayor of Chicago does, because I was born in Chicago, but I grew up in LA. The mayor of New York does. You know, she is just a figurehead. All the power is really lay with the various administrations. Okay, I'm sorry, with the various commissions, because you got the LAPD Police Commission, terrorist organization, you got the Fire Commission and what have you. So those are the ones that form the policy for. But this is not our fight. We have to sit this one out, is because, see, we are all we got. Say, and then what's happening is everybody's talking about go out here and integrate and all this old type of stuff. No. You see, it's because see, we are very, very strong people. We are very, very mighty people. That institution called Hollywood, which is a section of the city of Los Angeles, would not exist without black folk from the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, all the way up through the 1970s, man, when they had the black exploitation films. But look at these films projected. Black on black crime, you know, black men and black women being dysfunctional with each other. You see what I'm saying? So many of our people, oh man, I don't want to be around them MGRs, man, because this, that, thus, and so. And then they are capitalizing greatly, that is perpetuated through the media, of us killing ourselves. You see what I mean? You know, it's all about us killing ourselves. So as long as we're doing that, we're okay. But as soon as we're talking about, you know, coming together, hey, unifying with the brothers out of the Chi, unifying with the brothers out of LA and up there to Panther Town or what have you, all of a sudden, well, y'all are black racists. Well, if that there makes me a black racist, guess what?
Let me ask you this
I'm just going to be a black racist. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this question, because I don't want to veer off too far. you opened up by saying Trump is wrong. You feel like he's wrong for the mass deportations, or what exactly is he wrong about?
Okay, well, actually, he is wrong about everything because Trump is a 34 count convicted felon, and he should not even be the president. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm not a
now,
fan of Trump either, but before we get into that,
yes,
are
sir.
you referring to the mass deportations? You're saying Trump is
Right.
wrong for the mass deportations.
No, he's not. But the way he's going about it is wrong. You see,
Okay,
because he's sending out.
how should he be going about it, in your
Okay,
opinion?
well, first place, what he could do on these deportations, you got ICE, you round them up, man, you hook them and book them, man, put them on a bus, put them out there. Okay. So now the thing is, you have to understand is that California used to be a part of Mexico at one time, and also to the great state Texas down there, good and good. That there used to be a part of Mexico, so you're going to have a large Latino population there. But when they come out there, going up through their turmoils and their trials and tribulations and expect us, black people, to come out there and help them, they're wrong because, see, look how they countermand of what we do. You see what I'm saying? Look how they try to countermand and take advantage of the benefits that we went out there and got busted up beside the head for, particularly like doing the civil rights movement and the black empowerment era. And another thing, in the educational system.
Before we do that, I just want to, because you confused me a little bit. So you're saying Trump is wrong for that, and this isn't to be a Trump supporter or a MAG or anything like that. I'm just asking because that's what you said. You said Trump is wrong for the deportations because they're not being done correctly, right? And then you said California at one point in time. So should there not be deportations in California? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, what I'm saying is that Trump, first of all, let me say this. First of all, Trump belongs in jail. He's a 34 count convicted felon. They got an island in San Francisco.
Argument, let's agree on that. Let's agree on that. But as far as the deportations are concerned.
Oh, as far as the deportations are concerned, I could care less one way or the other because what this country needs to do when it comes to us is kick us out our reparations because we built this thing called the United States of America through slave labor. And then not to mention the fact is that the only difference between an Afro-Cuban and Afro-Mexican and Afro-Puerto Rican was a boat stop. Understand? Okay, so therefore our issues need to be addressed first. Now, I don't expect these other groups to go. I don't.
Thank you. Thank you for your
call.
call.
All right, brother. All right, thank you for having me. Appreciate you, Afro Elite. All right.
Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Caller from area code 515. You're on live. What is your name and where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Afro? This is Barrington calling from the Shy.
What's up, my mom? The Shy brother over here. What's up, brother?
Yep, brother. So, I'm sorry. Is there somebody talking in the background?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so basically, brother, I want to tell you that I think you're doing a great job. I do like your podcast with the For the Culture. I think it's A to Z TV, if I remember her name correctly.
Yeah, that's the name of her channel.
You still there? Yep. So I do like the For the Culture podcast. I think you're a good representative of us. You're erudite. You're very straight to the point. One thing that I feel that needs to be mentioned more, and obviously you don't live like right out here, so it's not like it would be on the top of your frame, but is that the Latin Kings and MS-13, which is a variant of Tren de Agua offshoot, but I'm sure you've heard of Latin Kings out here. They brag about infiltrating law enforcement, especially in the Chicago PD. And I mean, they've basically openly talked about the same stuff that Nuri Martinez and Kevin DeLeon out in LA were talking about icing black people out in terms of economics and policy. I feel like that's really the biggest deal from this whole ICE raids thing is you're now seeing the open racism from the Latin community that was always there, but mostly shrouded within the economic means, how they discriminated openly in businesses and openly tried to get city council positions so they can monopolize state contracts because the money is what matters. I didn't want to go on a monologue or anything like that. I think you're doing a great job, and I'll be in for the rest of the podcast. You probably will be hearing from us eventually at some time because I know one of our editors wants to work with you, and we'll see if we can make something work. But have a great night. You take it easy.
Thank you. I appreciate your call. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your call. I guess you send me an email or something like that, and we'll start talking. We'll see what we talking about. Caller from caller from area code 267. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, Afro, this is Curtis from Philly.
Curtis, my brother Curtis. What's on your mind, Curtis?
I ain't gonna be long with it, man.
Please,
You know,
please don't be
I
long with it. We all know how Curtis be. We love our brother Curtis. We love
yeah,
Curtis,
yeah.
but we know how
I
Curtis be
was thinking
going
that.
off. Curtis, you be going you
Yeah,
long with it, Curtis. Come on now. What's on your mind, bro?
yeah, yeah. That's a, I know. I want to let you know I ain't gonna be long with it, brother. You understand? But I just want talk about like you said about Donald Trump and everything. To me, Donald Trump ain't getting them out fast enough. You know what I mean, man? I mean, come on, man. On that, I like Donald Trump. Only thing he did, like I told you before, I'm a boxing fan. You know, Barack Obama didn't pardon Jack Johnson, for soliciting, taking white girls, from across the border and everything. But Donald Trump did. You understand? So I give him that much credit. But to me, man, it's just like Donald Trump, man. He saying he ain't working fast. I wish he would start. I wish he would start hiring people, man. To be ICE or something like that, man, to get them out here quicker. You understand? And stuff like that. So, like I said, I ain't gonna talk too long, man. Like I said, keep up the good work, young brother, man. God bless you. Okay.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your support. Hey, he was sure. Hey, I give you that. He stayed within his time limit and everything. I didn't even have to say nothing. Thank you. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you.
Okay, man. Okay.
All right. That's my brother Curtis right there. Shout out to the family in Philly. Caller from area code 202. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
OMG, oh my goodness. Hi, Afro. I'm Chrissy P. I'm in the chat. But oh my goodness, like I was just so shy to call in. Oh my goodness. And like you were calling on everybody else. I'm like, please skip me, but still anyways.
But real
I
quick,
just want to
do
say
you mind
that
telling us where you calling from though? Just so we can
sure. 202, that's DC. So I'm in the DMV area.
all right.
I just want to say, thanks for staying in solid, thanks for, all that you do. I found out about you because I think you called in with Flex on your birthday and he was just like, yo, follow him. Ever since I followed you, like I've been learning too. So I just thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do. You're a great communicator, you're patient, you engage with everybody. So just thank you so much, Afro Elite, with everything that you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate your call. And I appreciate your bravery in calling up. I know it can be nervous. I remember when I used to call up and I used to be real nervous when I called up. And I know it's nervous, but hopefully you call back and you start getting more used to it. I appreciate your call.
Okay, yeah, this won't be my last time. This is my first time in a live, but this won't be my last time. And maybe on the next call, I'll have something to talk about, but I at least want to congratulate you. I know I won't be on for long, so I'm going to land here. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you for your support. All right. You have a good night.
You're welcome. Yes, you do too. Bye-bye.
All right. You gotta love it when the sisters call in. All right, we've been on here for a minute. But I it's something just I love about actually talking to you guys. Like just love it. Caller from area code well, most of y'all, some of y'all trolls, but most of y'all straight. Caller from area code 37. I keep messing the numbers up. 731. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, my name is Warren. I'm calling from West Tennessee. I'm originally from the Chicago area. I want to talk about the whole thing that's going on in Africa right now with Ibrahim Traore and mostly all of Africa. I agree with you about the whole thing with the Russians, 100%. Because I mean, it's just like you got rid of the French, now the Russians are coming in. I mean, it's like another colonizer coming in.
just like how China is coming in and Japan had already been in Africa, different parts of Africa. I mean, it's just like they're expelling the French, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the Italians, over the years, and the Brits, and now they're bringing in the Russians. And I mean, this has been going on ever since the 1950s. The Russians have been in Africa. I mean, we can look at the whole thing with the Africans that were fighting against colonialism, and the Russians came in and they supplied them with weapons and things of that nature. And especially during the time of the ANC, with the whole thing with the situation that was going down with them. And now the Russians are coming in like, oh, we're so much better than the Western countries and stuff like that. I mean, it's just a switch of colonizing. I think if Africa was to unite and make a United States of Africa or United African States, I think it would be better off. I mean, every country in Africa, on the continent of Africa, they have enough resources to out-resource the whole world. But it's just that the whole system of colonialism and capitalism is making Africa depend. And then they're setting up all these puppet leaders throughout Africa. But as you can see, you got young brothers like Ibrahim Traore and president of Mali and these other countries. They're out there trying to fight against colonialism. But, like you said, we have to get rid of these Russians. We have to get rid of the Chinese. Have to get rid of the Japanese. I think that one of the biggest things is this, that if the whole African diaspora from America, South America, Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean, and Africa, if they all just got together, maybe we could see just a whole formation of a different Africa. And maybe if we didn't have so many Africans over there that disliked us and will work with us, then maybe we could have a better understanding. Also, we have people over here that have a dislike towards them. So I'm gonna be fair about it. So that's all I have
for
to
the
say
second
about
time, let me jump on and say this, because what you're saying makes sense. And when you think about the potential power, because there's a thing of actual power and then potential power. Potential power, Africa has the biggest and most powerful potential power of any place. But when it comes to actual power that they can express over other people, they don't have it. They have all of the resources. They have a huge country. They have the youngest population. They have a ginormous population in that. So they have the potential power to be running everything, but they don't. The reason why, because colonialism did such a number on Africa, and this goes back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier in the live stream. They did such a number, the colonization and the tribalism that exists within Africa stops them from collaborating with each other to the degree they need to. There is no reason in the world South Africa should be fighting against apartheid by themselves. They should have the entire continent. At the very least, they should have half. At the very least, they should have half of the continent running those damn Afrikaners out the paint. But they don't have that. Each country and they have this own survivalist, and that I'm probably gonna have to do another live stream about that. But they have this own survivalist mentality, like, hey man, I'm doing me. And that's what they have. That's the difference between them and us, because in America, we were not allowed to even practice like this tribalism thing. Not that we really wanted to, but we weren't allowed to practice that. We never had the chance, because this is only one big country. This is one big country ran by the same government. You know, it's not like, even though we have state governments and stuff like that, but we've all moved together. Like I said, even back during slavery, all right, we were all in the same boat. Okay, you were a slave, whether you were a slave in Tennessee, whether you were a slave in Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, it doesn't matter. You are a slave. So we're viewing each other as the same level. There's no tribalism. It wasn't allowed to exist with us. It exists too much with Africa. Okay. And the tribalism that exists with Africa, plus the colonialism, because they don't see white supremacy the way they need to see it. Not enough of them do. Those two things combined anchors them down to the bottom of the barrel where they're at. So the potential power that they have, all of the potential power that they have, is being exploited by the Western powers. So it's a sad commentary, but it's the truth. And until they actually realize that and stop all of the indoctrination that the colonial powers inbred in their minds, and because they got white statues of Jesus, or they got white Jesus statues and stuff, and stop all the tribalism to the degree where they can't work together anymore. Because it's okay to appreciate your tribe. It's okay to appreciate your culture. I want us to understand something before we get into the tribalism thing, right? Tribalism in and of or loving your tribe in and of itself is not bad. How many callers, when y'all listening to the thing, if y'all hear a caller call in from y'all state, y'all get a little happy. If a caller calls in from the DMV, y'all be like, "Ooh, yeah, the DMV representing, LA representing, New York, Chicago." I remember when I see somebody calling in from Chicago, I'm like, "Oh yeah, Chicago in the house." That you have a little pride in your region, and everybody does. That's a people thing. It's a human thing. You're gonna have pride in your region. However, the difference with us is that culturally, we don't allow the pride within our region to supersede the overall agenda of us working together when it comes to Black empowerment. That's why I can talk about a situation going on in Chicago, and I can also talk about a situation going on in LA, in New York, in Atlanta, in Tennessee, in Texas. And the way I talk about LA, you think I'm from Compton. The way I talk about New York, you think I'm from the Bronx, and I'm not. But I don't let my Chicago pride prevent me from advocating for them as if I'm one of them. In Africa, they let their tribalism pride prevent them from working with other tribes, not even other nations, other tribes, as if they're all one. So until they get that together, their potential power is going to be continued to be exploited by the Western powers. It's sad, brother. But I'm gonna let you you land. I know I was doing long talking, but it's
Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem. And I'm also from Chicago. I'm from Inglewood, 60636 and out, baby.
Appreciate you. Yep. Shout out to Inglewood. Shout out to Peace, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do. You know what? I've been thinking about doing. I was thinking about that all day, actually. About like, why are they like that? Why are they like that? And really, it does. It stops between. There's a difference between colonizing and then blatant slavery. See, colonizing is a little bit more manipulative than blatant slavery. Even though a lot of slaves were indoctrinated in America, there was not a manipulate. It was just blatant chains and shackles and barriers and dog catchers and stuff like that. That didn't really exist with them. They were indoctrinated into the mind frame, which is why they feel like in Latin America, and I can say Latin, in Latin America, they feel like they're Spaniards. Okay. We've been physically chained, but that's allowed us to mentally be free and mentally be clear. We have more mental clarity as far as viewing what white supremacy is, who it is, and what it is. They don't. All right. But we're going to continue with the calls. Caller from area code. And I said I wasn't going to be on here long, but y'all already know how I be doing. Come on now. We've been on here for what? Almost an hour and a half almost. Caller from area code 510.
There we go.
510. You on live? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Man, it's August calling from Atlanta, but I'm from Oakland, live in Atlanta now.
Oh, okay. What's on your mind, brother?
I wanted to speak on a few things. One, I despise Negroes who bring up Donald Trump's felonies as a way to discredit him for some kind. I got felonies too. You get what I'm saying? And since when are we using the white man's court system that we know is you know, we know about the flaws in the white man's court system? Since when are we using that as some kind of gauge? That's white supremacist talking points and dog whistles that they usually use on us. They call us felons. Felon is code for nigger. But anyway, besides from that, another thing, people who use the law-abiding citizen Negroes who demonize people that they call felons. Also, another thing those people can't tell me is anything about a Mexican. If you've never been to prison in California, you've never been to California Youth Authority in California, you don't know nothing about Mexicans. And if you think those are our friends, they're our worst enemy than the whites in jail. They're more racist than them. They hate us more than them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what happens to them. Period. Like, I'm not out there helping to deport them or whatever, but literally in this country that I've witnessed with my own eyes, a black man can't get a job in no restaurant kitchen, in no hotel services, in no working on the roads. You get what I'm saying? And no parking lot attendants, and no car wash. I can go on and on and on. You know what happens to people who, when their jobs get cut off, like people who work in the coal mines and stuff, when those industries close down, it causes a void and a vacuum in the local economics. Like when they legalized weed in California and took the weed game from the streets and gave it to the whites and to the Mexican cartels, that caused the vacuum of a bunch of broke black folks that used to rely on the economics of marijuana. This still is a $1 billion industry, but it just ain't going in our pockets no more. So that's what's going on right now with damn near every low to mid paying job, because what this is really all about, this is about having poor people that work for, they're not hard workers, they're slave workers. They work for less than nothing. The powers that be, those are the only people that they want in this country besides from the rich. They want rich people, and they want the people that's going to cut their grass and people they can pay for sex. What the black community is going through, they don't care where people in the middle, they don't care where we fall, because we're not rich and we're not about to cut your grass for $5 a day. So this is bigger than Nino Brown. These black politicians that are literally going to jail for these illegal immigrants, and they ain't never went to jail for none of the atrocities that have happened to us since the establishment of this country. Is bigger than Nino Brown. It's all about corporations and big $1 billion business, and further pushing the black folks off into the stratosphere. That's all I got to say. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. So we got to stick on cold. We got to be on cold, man, because it does get deep. They're strangling us economically. We create a market, and then they push us out the market once they find a way to monetize that market. That's where the lottery came from. If y'all didn't know, that's where the lottery. Black people made the lottery, called, I think it was running numbers or counting numbers, whichever the two. Okay, black people. We made Foundational Black Americans made the lottery. And they made it illegal, just like weed. Selling weed, illegal. The lottery, illegal. Then when they found a way to do it, okay, it's legal. But it's legal because we're going to benefit from it. Thanks for making the market, though. That's how they do. Caller from area code, mind you, and the folks who were in jail for selling weed still in jail, but that's crazy. Caller from area code 678. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Jeremy Yah calling from Phoenix, Arizona, by way of Covington, Georgia. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
All right. Shout out to the last caller. He took a couple words right out of my mouth. I'm a two-time convicted felon. I'm out here in Phoenix right now. I make $4,000 a week. For somebody to say that, Donald Trump don't need to be where he at because he a felon, a convicted felon, is saying I don't need to be where I'm at because I'm a convicted felon. I make just under prevailing wage. Another thing, a couple of callers back, dude said that Africa, you need to unite and call it the United States of Africa. No, they don't need to incorporate that name. Nothing. They don't need to have nothing to do with this country over here. They need to call it something else, but don't name it the United States of Africa or nothing like that, because it'll make it more easier for them to recolonize it. And another thing, I'm glad Trump got his foot on those people's chest, because as long as he got his foot on their chest, he not messing with us. And with that, I land.
It's about time. It's about time. Look, if we all can't be equally comfortable, we all gonna be equally uncomfortable. And I'm ready for
Uncomfortable,
it. I'm ready
exactly.
for it.
B1.
B1,
brother.
All right. What's up with my mouse? Okay, there we go. Caller from area code. We're gonna wrap things up shortly. Caller from area code 510. Did you go before? Caller from area code
Hello?
510.
Yeah, hello. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing? What's your
Yeah,
name? Where
can
you
you hear
calling
me?
from?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my name is Whoopi from Oakland, California. Yeah, let me give you my intake on this like Latino things. When I used to do construction, when I used to work, I used to work with them. They like sometimes you can feel the animosity. Some jobs I got let go because of them, and some jobs some Latinos have hired me as well. And when I grew up in Oakland, I was like grew up for like Mexicans, and some was cool, but some was not. So like my intake on what's going on right now, I mean, I kind of feel for them, but I'm not gonna go out there and protest. And that's all I gotta say, brother.
Hey, look, all I'm gonna say is that don't put yourself in a position that they wouldn't put themselves in for you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Straight up.
Don't put yourself in a position they wouldn't put in it for you, and they wouldn't. So I respect it. All right, brother. Thank you for your call.
Take care, man.
All right, you too. All right. Caller from Did you call before? Caller from area code 518. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? $518. You're on live. What is your name and where are you calling from? All right. Caller from area code 832. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate the show. I like the dialogue here. My name is T. I'm calling from Chula Vista. If you're not familiar with that, that's in the southern part of San Diego. It's about 5 minutes from the Tijuana border. Okay, and I want to say something and just bring a few points here. I'm gonna be brief. Okay, so first of all, you got the title on your video here, the Latino culture. So you may have said this already, but there's a distinct difference. Latino is a broad term. You have Mexicans, you have Spanish, and they don't all get along. Okay, Mexicans are in the bottom of the food chain in the Latino culture, just like the Irish, just like the Filipinos. Okay, in the white category and also the Asian category. Okay, so they're big on colorism. Okay, even the Mexicans and Latinos, they don't get along. It's colorism. The light skins are like the dark skins and vice versa. If you come to Mexico, I live in Mexico. If you come to Mexico, you'll notice you see all the billboards, all the advertisements, all the successful people that are running things in Mexico. They're light skinned, almost blonde haired, and it's almost blue eyed and blonde hair. So it's a colorism type thing. Okay, so I live so close to the border. We used to go to Tijuana for lunch and come back and hike. So that's how close I live to the border. Okay. So another thing I want to mention, I'm gonna wrap it up here real quick. The only people that ask for external help to further themselves in society are Black Americans. Nobody else does that. Everybody else does for self. They don't go asking for handouts, looking for politicians. They go buy the politicians. They go buy the business. They figure out a way to do it themselves. Okay, they do it. They work together. Mexican Latino culture, they work together. Their culture is family, God, and hard work and collectivism. Very, very simple. Okay. Now, when you come to looking at, there is a difference in Mexicans and Latinos and whatever you want to name them. In California, they're different in San Diego, they're different in LA, and they're different in the Bay. They're night and day difference. They're not a monolith. Okay. So nobody cared about the middle class. Keeping people poor and the poor lower class, it's a business. It's a revenue stream. Okay. That's why they want to keep certain people poor. And that's why they want to bring poor people in, because they get social services, the NGOs and everybody else make some money off them. That's why they're coming in here. Nobody cares about the middle class. That's very apparent. I think we should know that. Okay. I definitely want to say something though. Every single illegal should go. I'm on board with you. If you're in here illegal, you're not doing the right thing, every single one should go. Trump should ring them all up and send them all back. Last thing I want to say. We have allowed certain things to happen. Okay? I'll give you a great example, sports example. Why is it that in the high school level, the Catholic schools and Catholic churches run sports and have all good athletes when they're getting the kids from the black community? It's because the black church and the Baptist churches and the Christian churches, they missed the opportunity. They didn't step up and create these systems and create these schools to keep these kids in school and develop their programs. We didn't invest money in ourselves.
Okay, yeah.
So we let a lot of these things happen.
We did, and we let stuff happen. We did let stuff happen, but we're fixing that now. Let me say something. I understand that there are different cultures, all right, and there's different history among the Latino population. I understand that, but what we are doing when we put them in the category, I mean, it is a category. They are from a Latin country. Disaggregating them is not to our benefit. I mean, we can do that, but that would just make it more difficult to categorize the group of people that are harming us, because there's differences. There's major differences between Japanese and Chinese, and then South Korean and Vietnamese and all of these people, and the Asian community. There's a lot of different types of Asians, you know, but yet when the Stop Asian Hate thing that they were blaming on black people, you didn't see them say, well, stop Korean hate, stop Japanese hate, stop Chinese hate, stop Vietnamese hate. They just said Asian. They all locked in when it came to Asian. You know what I'm saying? We can disaggregate when it comes to white folks. We can say there's Polish white folks, there's Italian white folks, there's British white folks, there's French white folks, there's Spanish white folks. But what is their relationship to us? And if their relationship to us is all the same, what is the purpose? What is the benefit really in trying to spread them out and disperse them into different groups of people, even though they are different groups of people? But if their agenda and their relationship to us is really no different, what is the benefit to us in dispersing them and not just putting them into that category like we do with Asians or Europeans?
Very good point. But again, I would say they're not a monolith. I think if you really want to get to the root of the issue, you've got to pinpoint and dial in and who the target is. And I don't know if it's all Latinos.
No, they're not a monolith, but neither are white people, neither are Europeans. They're not a monolith, neither are the Asians. They're not a monolith, but you see a common anti-blackness within their culture.
Well, I'll say this, and I agree with you on that. Now, you have to understand something also as well, too. Just like a lot of us don't have relationships with them, a lot of them have relationships with us. Our ethnic image is so tarnished that if you didn't know us, you just saw what we saw on TV, you might have a different disposition about us as well. And I'm not saying that we're the fault. I'm just telling you the reality of things. Our ethnic image is tarnished.
Why do you think they don't feel that way about white people then?
Because white is something to strive for. Because at the end of the day, white people win. And they have the money, they have the power, they have the clout, they make the laws, they run the government. That's something to strive towards, to try to be in that club. See what I'm saying?
So, I mean, if they're judging us based off of TV, yet, I mean, they're striving to be white. It's not like they're ill-informed about what white people have done to the world. There's nobody who's ill-informed about what the damage that white people have done. Yet, white people do not get the disdain that black people get, and black people have not harmed them.
Yeah, because they have the money. See, when you have the money, you make the rules. See, the laws don't matter when you have the money. If you got the money, the laws don't matter. It's he who has the purse strings that really matters. When you have the purse strings, the laws don't matter. So it's a status symbol. It's not necessarily they want to be white. It's a status symbol to get to a level of class. Where, hey,
it's a classification.
I have exactly. I have outgrown or I have maneuvered myself from where I was at. Now I've quote unquote made it.
Mm. But to wrap things up, honestly, regardless of why they don't like black people, which is kind of odd because then you would have to explain why they don't like the Afro Latinos, why there's a color caste system. Now, if it's the
colorism, it's colorism. It's straight up colorism, brother.
Hold on. If it's the TV that manipulates them into thinking that black Americans are thugs or whatever the case is, then you would have to then explain why there's such a strict color caste system in their own country, why they mistreat the dark-skinned people of their own nation. If it's not anti-blackness, if it's just misinformation about what they see on the media, then you would have to explain why they mistreat the dark-skinned people of their own nation, which they do. All of them do. So it really is anti-blackness. I mean, regardless of their reason, that's the situation. That's what they're doing. And people saying there's no background.
In their culture, but at the same time, to a certain degree, they're still Mexicans. Now, they may be an offshoot of Mexican, they may be a lower class Mexican or Latino. But at the end of the day, they're still part of that ethnic group. Right now, again, it's still colorism. It is a anti-blackness, like you said. I agree with that. But it's more of a colorism. It's more of a culture thing. See, they're still part of that culture to a certain degree. Because every ethnic group has people who they feel are not fit for society that they banish to the outskirts and they put somewhere out of the public sight. Every ethnic group has that.
Why is every ethnic group's outcast always the darker skinned people? Why do you think that is?
Oh, it's because just the same reason that you say if you're unprofitable business, you're in the black. It's a sentiment that has been around forever that the dark is not good.
I agree, and that stems from white supremacy. Wouldn't you agree?
I'll agree with you, yeah, but at the same time, I don't think any white person is supreme over me. I've got control and agency over my mind and thoughts, and so I will never say a white person is better than me or a white person is supreme to me. I don't have those thoughts.
I don't think a white person is better than me either, but they are in the superior position because they control the way the world runs as of right now. I don't think the president.
Yeah, they've always controlled things.
I don't think the president of the United States is better than me. I will admit he has more power as far as the way the world runs than I do.
So, again, back to my previous point. When you have the money, you have the power. So, with that said, if we can collectively put our money together and pull our money together, that the way that other communities do in this specific situation we're talking about, the Latino community.
That was something else you said.
The reason why they're able to get things done is that they collectively put their money together and they use group economics. We don't do that. We do that for things like going out to eat and shopping.
Hold on, brother, but let's also put the group economics into context, though, because we have historically practiced group economics and we have had our neighborhoods bombed, quite literally, unlike anybody else. We've had it flooded. We've had our neighborhoods burned down several times, time and time again, redlining and stuff like that. That didn't hurt the Asian community. That didn't hurt the Hispanic community. Their community didn't get blown up like our community did. In fact, they made their community off the strife of our community. So yeah, they do practice group economics, and I do agree because we can recognize the duality of group economics, something that is a practice that we need to practice more, that too often too many of us have abandoned that practice and don't see the necessity of that practice. That is point A. Point B, we have to also acknowledge that these other groups of people have been giving, as Dr. King would say, an economic floor by the government, handouts by the government. So
Absolutely.
I don't, to put it in the context of they're coming in and they're kind of just working together and getting it out the mud. That's not accurate. That's not accurate as to why they're at where they're at. Now,
No. That's not the sole reason.
I'm not going to
But that
deny
does.
that, but we got to put the other factor in. They're given a leg up based off of our strife
No,
and the
absolutely.
government's assistance. You know, what I mean?
Absolutely. But again, I think to a certain degree we allow these things to happen because if you look and see all these different the LGBT movement, I've seen different clips online. When I see anybody, not anybody, when I see primarily people from the Black community embrace other initiatives and other movements, is usually Black women.
Okay, yeah, thank you, but I feel like we got to get to more calls, and now I feel like we're kind of going.
No problem. I appreciate the time.
You know, all right. Appreciate your call, brother. All righty. I said I wasn't gonna be on here that long, and look how long y'all kept me on here. It is past midnight where I am. Y'all up in here. It's about what 1 o'clock in the morning in some of y'all places. Y'all still in here deep. We are still deep in here. All right. Got close to 1,000 people in here. We'll wrap it up here. Caller from area code 9484. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello, what's your
Yeah,
name?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Raquan. I'm from Philly.
What's on your mind?
Oh, the only thing that was on my mind is when we talk about when y'all talk about like the tribal wars in West Africa, wouldn't there be like a difference between the West, like the Africans that flood into West Africa and the native Africans?
Say that one more time.
Well, I said, wouldn't there be a difference between like all right, so the Jews that flood into West Africa compared to the native Africans like the Canaanites, the Libyans, the Egyptians, wouldn't there be a difference between them?
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be a difference between, I guess the native population and the population that migrated there.
Right. So if by background, if you got Hamites and Shemites living amongst each other, wouldn't it be tribal? Wouldn't it be wars other than tribal wars? But they're not the same people.
Well, in colonization, when most people go over there and they dominate and they colonize the population. If they can't integrate, which societies don't allow that. But like, I'm not okay. So yeah, what are you saying?
So I'm saying because we always talking about they need to get this, like Africa need to get their stuff like correct over there, but a lot of the people that's over there are not even from the same like blood lineage.
What do you mean they're not from? What lineage are they from?
So I don't know if you read the Bible or not. So the Bible talks about Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So a lot of the Libyans, the Canaanites, the Egyptians, and the Ethiopians, they come from Ham. They're not they're not Shemitic people.
Okay. So is that
a lot of us
preventing them from working together to defeat colonization?
Yeah, for sure it is. Yeah, for sure, because a lot of the Hamites helped sell a lot of the Shemites' ancestors into slavery. Like I think it was the Ethiopians at one point, or the Ethiopians or the Egyptians, they were going around capturing the Israelites or dark Shemites and selling them to the Grecians.
Okay.
In different
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to, and I'm not trying to go off too far into that, but let's be honest. There are 54. There are 54 countries in Africa right now that have been colonized, that's been split up, colonized, and are dominated by Western powers. And the reason that the Western powers are able to do that is because individually, these countries have a lot of resources and very little power. Now, collectively, if they put an agenda together, they don't have to all form as one big country. But if they put an agenda together, similar to how NATO does, Like, hey, if somebody come for you, I
I
got
agree
your
with
back.
you.
And if
I
somebody
agree.
come for me, you got my back. If they had that type of mentality, the way America does with NATO, Africa would be a different place. And I think that that's what we're expressing.
So this is all right. This is one more thing I got in my head. So, how can you how would you think about like a lot of communities in like Philadelphia and New York? You got a lot of people that's like FBAs, but a lot of like some of their ancestors could be like Latin American. Like my father, he would be considered a dark Puerto Rican because his mother was foundational Black American, but his father was Puerto Rican though. So would he still be considered a FBA?
His mother is FBA?
Yeah, she's from South Carolina. We got a bunch of family down South Carolina and North Carolina.
Okay.
On his mom's side.
Okay.
But on his father's side, he got family in Puerto Rico. So wouldn't he still be considered a FBA?
Yeah. But why?
So
what is the? Why are you asking that?
Because I be thinking about like, so if because I would consider myself half Latino too, though, because I'm like basically in the mix between both.
Okay, you talked about your father. What's your mother?
My mother, she's what? She basically it's different between my mom because my mom, her father was from Georgia. A lot of her family from Georgia, but her mom's side of the family was from South Carolina. But when we looked up her ancestors, a lot of her ancestors were like one of her great great grandfathers was a German white man from the 17th century.
Okay.
So that's what I be trying to figure out. Like, how
your mother's ancestry is from American chattel slavery, correct?
Yeah. But her mom's side,
if your mother's ancestry is from American chattel slavery, and your father's mother's ancestry is from American chattel slavery, and the only person who's non-FBA in your family tree is your father's side, right?
Right.
Yeah, so you would be FBA. You wouldn't even be half FBA. So yeah, you got it, brother.
All right. Yeah, I was just making sure. That's all.
All right. Yep. You have a good one.
So as will I still be able to claim like the Spanish side too, though?
Do you want to? Honestly.
When I be so in that sense, when I be considered like a FBA Latin FBA too, or between that range?
No, there's no Latin FBA.
So
do you want to be?
Do
you want to be Latin, brother? Like, I mean, you only get what? Because your mother would make up half, and then you got like 3/4 of your family FBA. So only 1/4 of your family is non-FBA. So
how about my grandmom's like father, like her grandfather was Caucasian. That's what I'm trying to say. Like her great great grandfather was Caucasian, and she
there's a
descends
lot of
from like a
FBA,
Caucasian.
unfortunately, because of slavery. There's a lot of FBA who have Caucasian in their ancestry, but that doesn't stop our lineage.
On her birth certificate, they consider her a mulatto. That shit is weird to see that though. But
yeah, there was a lot of mulattoes during chattel slavery, brother. But you're still FBA.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Okay, all right. He said a Latin FBA. I heard it all tonight. A Latin FBA. Okay, I said, do you want to be? You fighting kind of hard to claim that side, brother. You ain't even got much of it. So those are one of those folks who want to be exotic. Okay, all right, brother. Okay, they said would not be. No, there's no Latin FBA. We not even doing that. Okay, family, we've been on here for 4 hours. I told y'all we wasn't gonna be doing that, but I did it. Okay, that's me. That's on me. We've been on here for over 4 hours again. I've been putting in that work. We've been on here for over 4 hours again. So I'm gonna get off here. Y'all, I'm sure y'all have a good night. I appreciate every single last one of y'all. Thank y'all so much. All right. We got a lot of good callers, first time callers. Thank you very much. Let me get to some of the super chats. before we get out of here. Let me get to the super chats. Let me see. Where was I? I think right here. J Music says ice, ice baby, vanilla ice. The ice truck should be you know what? I think if Vanilla Ice wanted to do that, like do a tour with the ice song, he probably could make some money. Let's see. Justice FBA says the Latinos anti-black vote has got them in between a rock and a deportation fight. Damn. Hey, that's true. That's true. Y'all the ones who wanted to climb up the ladder, and now y'all getting knocked down. Y'all climbing up the ladder, and then somebody pushed the ladder, and y'all just falling back. So it is what it is. It is what we ain't gonna catch you either. That's the truth. George, my brother George says, check out Mississippi Bill 1484. They want illegal immigrants to be pocketed up for life. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna look into that. But this is why we got to be. We got to stop this black and brown stuff. We got to stop that black and brown stuff. We got to stop that. My brother Cyberdon with the 1999 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. He says from the FBA family, B1 Afro, B1 to you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you, brother, and your support. What's the name right here? Caroline says, do you know that the Hispanic population is the majority in California, and the black population has decreased due to migration to other states? Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Hispanics in California, and thank you for your super chat, the Hispanics in California have really pushed black people out the whole state. So as they keep coming in and they keep pushing black people out, black people's percentage in California is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and their percentage is getting larger and larger and larger. This is why they have such a dominant presence in California. It's not because it was originally theirs. We want to talk about, oh, well, California used to be Mexico. For less than 30 years, it used to be Mexico. It didn't used to be Mexico for that long. And then America bought it, and that was what 100. About, if my math is correct, that was like 100 and because that was before slavery ended. So that was hundreds of years ago. That was at least about like what 100. Yeah, that was well over 100 and about 150, almost 200 years ago. So no, all that it used to be Mexico, that stuff don't count no more. That stuff don't count. These people are not native to California. These people are from south of the border, and they're trying to reclaim Mexico. If that's the case, Spain should be able to try to reclaim California. We're not going for that. It's not Mexico no more. FBA Justice says, I think FBA have the clarity you speak of. Yep, when I say mental clarity, because our proximity to the beast and fight for so long. We fought and made gains forcefully. Yeah, we do. And we have a clarity that the diaspora doesn't have. Okay. I want y'all to understand. In the Bible, somebody brought up the Bible. In the Bible, they describe what Jesus looked like. In the Bible, when you look up the description of what Jesus looked like, Jesus was not a white man. But for the longest time, due to colonialism, they have always painted Jesus as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man. All right. And it was really foundational Black Americans who are like, you know what? Jesus is really black. According to what the Bible says, Jesus is black. So all of these pictures and statues and all of that stuff of Jesus being white, that's inaccurate. That's not what the Bible said he looked like. According to what the Bible said he looked like, he was black. And we are the ones who really popularized and brought truth to power, spoke truth to power about Jesus being black. And everywhere else is really, they haven't really gotten that yet. That's why when you go to these other places, their indoctrination is still so deep. They see white Jesus. They got statues, big fat statues of a white Jesus. And if you say, you know, Jesus was black, right? They will get mad. They will get mad at you for saying that Jesus is black. Okay? Because they don't want a black Jesus. They want a white Jesus. Even though that's not accurate, that's not what the Bible says, but they want a white Jesus. That's how deep the indoctrination works. It's deep, y'all. It's deep. It's deep, and they got to work their way out of that. They really do. Otherwise, they're going to continue to forever be exploited by the Western powers. They got to work their way out of that. They got to work their way out of that. We have not gone through that because our fight and our proximity to them has been so much different. There has not been a different level besides slave and slave master. So we have a direct view of the enemy. We have a direct view. So there was no confusion, you know. So we understood all of the things that they were telling us are lies. The diaspora, unfortunately, they haven't really gotten together and understood that all of the things that the Europeans have taught them have been lies. Our history has consistently been to dispel all of the lies that we were taught. And we're still working on that. The diaspora is years behind what we have. That's the truth. And that's why they're in the position they're in. But for the collective, not every single one, but for the collective, yeah. But family, y'all can follow me on my various social media platforms. If you guys do not receive the notifications, sometimes they go, sometimes they don't. So you can follow me on my various social media platforms. Also, what I would greatly appreciate, again, is if you guys hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that share button, hit that like. Thank you all so very much. Let me get to also, hold on, because there's cash apps I got to get to too. I got to show my respect to the cash apps before we get out of here. Because I know y'all be all like, man, you be forgetting about the cash apps. I'm not. Latrivia, thank you very much. Felicia, thank you. I appreciate you. And Lim, thank you very much. I appreciate you for the cash app. I appreciate you guys for the super chat. I appreciate y'all for the calls. I appreciate y'all for the views. All of the people who are watching live, all of the people who are watching on the playback. And I appreciate y'all for just staying up. How about that? It's going on 1 o'clock in the morning where I am. I know y'all sitting up there in y'all pillow like, please shut this off. Please shut this off. I appreciate y'all for staying up. Y'all real. Y'all real for that. Y'all real. With that being said, Black first, family. I appreciate y'all. Thank you all for watching, and y'all stay blessed.